Let me know when I should do the intro.
I think we're live.
All right. This is a public meeting of the Board of Education. Prior to this meeting, notice was given to the public last Friday by forwarding to the city library for posting. The agenda was also posted on the district website. Copies of the agenda were forwarded to the Waukesha Freeman, the Waukesha Now, and the Journal Sentinel, all of which have filed requests for all public notices. There are 2 items on the agenda. First being discuss and approve minutes from February 5th committee meeting, and the second being continued discussion of long-range plan and the LRP budget. Do I have a motion to approve the meetings from February 5th committee meeting?
I move to approve the committee meeting minutes.
I, Mitch Helmer, second. Any discussion?
Nope.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. On to the second part, the continued discussion of long-range plan and LRP budget. So I just sent 2 files to you, Amy. Sorry I didn't get these sooner. I was searching through the archive and I couldn't find it. We've all kind of looked through the file that the facilities needs Andy list is what I labeled it as. Those are the things that were presented to the board for each of the different schools and the areas that felt needed to be addressed in terms of facilities from the facilities manager. And then the second item I sent as well was actually a PowerPoint, and I don't know when that was on. I think it was basically everything that was on the referendum to be done if the referendum passed. So I was just kind of looking back and forth on those items to see how they compared and how changes have either escalated or have shifted since then. So I think the purpose of the discussion was for us to pick a number every year to start allocating towards our facilities budget, so that at the end of the year or middle of the year, however we want to look at it, the board can then allocate X number, whether it's $200,000 or $2 million, towards facilities improvements that we feel like are lacking in the district to help get us up to either code or safety standards, or just to help with the educational experience for our students. So I guess, where do you want to start and how do you want to approach this?
Yeah, and thank you very much for sending the Word documents. Very helpful on as far as what those priorities are from each school. And so I guess, and looking, I think when we look at the dollar amount that we would like to set aside for facilities, I don't know necessarily if we should be dictating where that goes, or if you want to be more prescriptive in, it's this amount for this specific, what project type of thing, or if we just say it's $250,000 a year, whatever you need to do with it, that's your extra kind of facilities. So that's something I think we need to still discuss to see that, and then it really comes down to, we want to make sure. I believe you and the committee already have talked about this, that, what are the priorities? Obviously, education, safety are number 1, right? So you want the kids to be safe, and we want them to be educated. So then making sure that when we look at these projects, that we're keeping in mind what our priority as far as, where we're, as a board, like where we're gonna allocate money towards. So there's a couple of thoughts. One of the things, if we do come up with how we're going to prioritize, like some criteria for how we'll prioritize, I'd like to bring that to a board for a vote to see if they would like to do that as well. And then
I think there's 2 pieces that. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
So I think there's 2 pieces. And one, we got to pick a number that we feel like is obtainable and within what we want to spend on our facilities every year. And then 2, how do we determine where that money goes? So I think there's kind of 3 options there. 1, we let Joe and the administration decide that. 2, they come to us with a list every year and say, these are our top priorities. we have 600,000, this is what we think it should be. And then we kind of look at those lists of 5 or 6 and just take a vote on what we support of that. Or I think the third one is we lay down a criteria of, like you said, it's safety, and then it's educational experiences for students and so on down the list, and then have them pick from that list and just do them in the background. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And
I kind of want to do like a hybrid of 3 and 2. Like here's your criteria, and then the admin can bring us what they would like to. I mean, I think they should still be determining which projects to do, at least bringing them into the board's attention, and letting us know. But I think the board should own the criteria side of it.
Okay, yeah. I like the board setting that criteria so that they have the right direction of what to bring us. But I still think I think it's an easy discussion for the board of when they bring us the ideas. I think it's good for us to just have that vote, because we don't have a whole lot of money in this budget. And I think that if we aren't, whether it's our fault or administration's fault, or there's just cross communication, I think it's just good for us to kind of do that cross check of, this is what we're thinking about spending on. Do you guys approve? And then just have it be it should only be a 5-minute board discussion, I would think, and say, yeah, we're really looking at this, or no, we're considering some other things, so we don't think we should be putting money into that athletic facility at that school, or whatever it is.
Right, and to clarify too, this is different than the facilities budget that we set each year, because they get a budget that they can to use. Andy has a budget to maintain and update facilities within the budget. These are what we're considering more capital, facility type needs. So that would be above and beyond what's already in the budget for facilities. This would be what we determine to be the facility or long range facility needs.
Correct. I think this could be 2 things. It could be one large project that they never have in their budget for roofing, a full roof section. But I think this could also be the nickel and dime stuff too, where they come to us and say, hey, look, we've got $400,000 of really small projects that we can't fit in our budget. So this year we're going to spend it, as opposed to the bigger stuff too.
Right. Yeah. So it's anything not budgeted in the facility section of the budget. That makes sense. It's kind of like long range versus what we've already planned for facilities, which is mostly maintenance at that point. Yeah.
And I think it's tough. I think it's tough to pick a number every single year and say, hey, we're going to do $1 million a year, because I just don't know that. We don't know what next year's budget is going to look like versus this. So I think it's going to be kind of, I think every year at the preliminary budget, I think that's something we should probably bring up as a board and say, we want to put X number towards it. So I think that's the number we got to come up with this year.
I would like to, and I totally agree that we need to do this year by year, but I would like to, as we're looking at future, kind of long planning down the road. So I think at the next meeting, we're going to see a 4 to 5 year projection, that we provide a number like, hey, when you're throwing in your numbers to give this projection, put in 250,000 for facilities, just so that has a placeholder in it. But then when we actually come to the budget, we do need, when we come to vote on that budget, we need to be, very specific, but have an actual firm number at that point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, what we would do is, just as a point of clarification, I mean, I think I would agree with everything that's been said. So, for example, this year, say it's going to be 250,000, just for the sake of conversation. We would then come forward to this committee and say, based on the priorities, this is what Andy is suggesting to us. You would be our initial sounding board before we would bring that to the full board. And then that way we can kind of take care of if there's any back and forth or any discrepancies or difference of opinion, we take it at the committee level, and then get the committee's support before we bring it to the full board. I think that would help us tremendously, knowing that we would have that committee support. So, what I would suggest is, it sounds like you're going to have the full board determine the amount. That's fine too, and maybe that's something that could be told to us, as the preliminary budget is being approved. So I don't know if that's something that needs to be approved tonight. Just, again, it's a preliminary budget. It's a placeholder. So that may be something that you may want to bring up tonight, Amy or Mitch. Right now, there's nothing included. Let's include this. And then, that's why I think that the transportation conversation is intertwined here. Because right now, if we were to set aside $250,000 from within the current budget, that would mean it had to come from somewhere else. Then we would need to go back and say, where is this somewhere else? And it's mainly going to be like out of Andy's own budget. So he's kind of like, kind of eating his own, because we don't really have a lot of other places to continue to cut unless it's going to hit the classroom, like, again, the board has asked us to avoid. But again, point being is, so that number, if we can get some determination on that number, at least for next year, that would be great. And then for future years, so that we can bring that for the forecast. Again, it doesn't need to be set in stone. It's just so that Patrick can plug it in to that long range or the budget forecasting for the next 4 years.
Yeah, I think for this year, I could just give you a number now and I guess not expect it to come out of something today. Obviously, it's hard for you to make those numbers work today, but I think as we get close to that final budget, as you guys massage everything, I think that the expectation then would be whatever that number is would then be balanced in that budget. Is that fair enough, you think?
And then that also, Mitch, that gives us the opportunity of, okay, Andy, the board has asked us to allocate this, bring forth recommendations between you and Patrick and myself to the committee, and we can bring that to you like in a month, and say, this is what we're looking at. Andy may need to get some bids and such, but I think for the things we were looking at for next year, I think we've got a good idea of what we were looking at. I know we were talking tuck pointing and some other pieces, so I think a lot of that could already be eaten up. But we would bring that again to you and then just inform the board, hey, this is what we're looking to include. And then, like you just said, Mitch, as we draw closer and closer to that October date, and as we start knowing, the true impact of what COVID-19 is going to have on future budgets, which I'm not even sure when that's going to happen.
Well, that's my biggest concern with all this, and that's I was trying not to look too far out because I think next year's budget, if anyone has any projections that are within 10, 15, 20%, I think that's going to be a pretty impressive feat to try to figure out what's going to happen with next year's budget, because I just don't think anyone knows. And I'm a little bit leery of trying to spend a bunch of money now and not knowing what next year looks like.
Yep, and what we would, based on what I've mentioned before, though, Mitch, we would allocate it and we'd be ready on the go, but we would not be moving forward until that's been clarified. So, what I've directed Patrick and Andy to do is, okay, if we can get this money, great, but we are not going to spend it until we know where we're at with the COVID-19 impact. And so, because it may need to go somewhere else, if we're not getting the revenue from the state that, or when I say the state, from the revenue limit formula, but taxpayers and state aid, then we're going to have to do what we got to do to balance budgets, and certainly spending that on capital improvements may not be one of them.
Also, the other piece is if we're not going to be in school next year or we're partial days, that might also impact where we spend money.
Exactly.
And I really appreciate the direction that the conversation is going, because I feel we're, Andy and I are getting some really clear direction. And what it's going to do is allow us to bring very well thought out and clear ideas to the committee that the committee can discuss. I appreciate the conversation and the direction that this is going.
Excellent. That's good feedback. I think another plus from this too is I think if we start setting a direction of a parking lot's going to replace, I think it'll also help with any budget, some of not doing patchwork stuff to try to get through the next year or two, knowing that it's going to be ripped up that summer or whatever. So hopefully this will fix some of our maintenance budget and reallocate those costs into more longer term sustaining fixes too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the other thing too, is something for us to consider too is, we may have a year, kind of like we've been doing with like curriculum reviews, where we've had to actually save up from one year to the next in order to accomplish like a certain, say like we've got a major portion of a roof that we need to do, or like you just said, Mitch, a major asphalt project that we need to do. We may not be able to do that in year one, but it wouldn't make sense to do it in 2 phases. It would make more sense to maybe wait a year and then do it that second year after we've saved up for it, for those, you know, over a couple different budgets. And so again, that's something that we continue to, that you maybe have Patrick that cost out based on what we're projecting now. If we had to, here's what it could look like.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think we need to make sure we're keeping the dialogue open on all of this too, because if we give you 400,000 and something's 450 or whatever, but that's really the top item, I don't want you guys going and doing 5 or 6 lower items to try to stay under that threshold. So I guess make sure we keep that dialogue open. That number is what we're targeting. It doesn't have to be an exact firm number. We could always spend less or more, and if it's something that really needs to be done.
Agreed.
So
Yeah, and
oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and I understand that we don't have a crystal ball and we can't see, you know, what's going on beyond really this year. My only ask for having more kind of like longer term forecasting is that we can see the true impact, or at least the projected impact a decision we make today has on the future. I don't like making a decision that we're only looking at the impact for the current budget cycle. I like to see, okay, so if we make this decision now, kind of like with the busing, so over the lifetime of the contract, it's going to save X amount versus just, you know, just it'll help balance this year budget. And so, like I said, like I know we don't have a crystal ball, but I do still want to see a long-term projection, like so that we can see every time we make decisions how it impacts the future.
And I appreciate that, Amy. And here's what I think the benefit of us doing those long-term projections, like you said, having, and I think Mitch alluded to this as well, having a crystal ball and being able to predict what's going to happen, you know, locally and in Madison and in the federal government is a daunting task, to say the least. But like you said, Amy, even if we take a projection and call this is our kind of our base, and when we make a change, we'll see how it's going to impact long term. Not that that's going to be the exact numbers, but you're going to be able to see how it's going to impact everything.
Right, you'll be able to see the trend of it. Like,
Correct.
Is it trending us the right way or the wrong way?
Correct.
Yeah.
And if in the future we get more revenue than anticipated, you know, the bottom line projection is going to look better, but it should still have the same impact. It's just the numbers are going to collectively go up or collectively go down.
Right. So it sounds like, you know, as far as for the long range plan, the 2 things I feel like we need to do, at least in this meeting, would be to determine that number for next year's budget. We don't have to, if we wanted to, and actually I think it would be helpful to, you know, set just a very loose number. And we're not going to be held accountable to it, but just so when Patrick's plugging it into his future budgets, he can allocate that as well. And then I think the second thing is to come up with that criteria. So we can bring that to a board meeting and say, this is what the facility committee recommends for criteria on, you know, long-range facility projects, and then let the board talk about it as well.
Yeah, definitely. Do you want to start some kind of loose dialogue on that now?
Sure.
I'm trying to pull up. We went through this in one of our old committee meetings, and I'm trying to pull up.
Good. Okay.
I saved a file, and I think I saved it in some folder that I have no idea where it is. I think I spent like 5 hours manipulating an Excel table, and I think I lost everything on it. Yeah, I don't see. So the old ones and kind of how we ranked these before was health and safety, laws and regulations, code updates, outdated curriculum, kind of energy savings, mission other than core, capacity, security, infrastructure renewal are kind of the top ones. And
Okay.
for me, the one that really resonated was safety.
Right.
Like, for example, the orchard or the Elmwood grate pulling in. Like, I think we're gonna discuss that tonight. But that's one of those things where we just can't let go. Like, if a car falls through there, we have huge liability issues, and we don't want kids falling in there. So I mean, that's the big stuff to me. And then I think after that, it's kind of it's a pretty quick drop off after the health and safety, I think, for number 2 and 3 categories. But what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, health and safety is obviously number 1 as well. You know, anything that impacts the safety of our children or of the public needs to be number 1. You know, anything that I guess, what was your other one? I'm sorry, I don't. The codes.
Oh, yeah, it's like codes, but that's even
Okay.
that one was a little bit weird because it's like sometimes we're grandfathered in on them and we don't have to meet them because the building already exists. Sometimes
Right.
you've got a grace period on it, but I mean, by all means, we have to meet whatever legal code.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right. Yeah.
they can close the doors if we don't meet them.
Right.
If it's
Yeah.
if it's that kind of level code, then yeah, it's definitely number 2 for me.
Yep. Okay.
So I guess safety or legal code
Okay. Yep.
to bar openings or to, I guess I don't know the verbiage around that. Legal code causing barriers to having school.
Hmm.
I can craft something different.
Okay.
So. And then after that, to me, oh, go ahead.
No, that's what I was going to ask. What was after that?
I thought energy was the next one for me, but I don't know. It's kind of a tough one too because I think a lot of people chase spending millions of dollars of money to save $10,000 or $20,000.
Okay.
But if there's an opportunity, we certainly should look at it. But I guess at this point, I don't know that we have a whole lot on that list. We have all new HVAC equipment for the most part. We're doing the LED lights. I mean, the thing after that is basically windows and doors, which don't really do a whole lot, I don't think. I don't know that there's a whole lot after that, but that can certainly be on the list.
Yeah, I think something with like some sort of ROI attached to it. You know, like like you said, you don't want to spend a lot just to save a little.
Do you want to put something like energy with ROI under 4 years?
Yeah, something like that with a timeline. Yeah, I said.
I mean, if it's 10 years, I'm not that interested unless it has like a safety
a large
door and it's 4 or 5 of these components in here.
Right. Yeah.
And then for me, it's classroom impact, I thought. But my problem with that was I didn't really see a whole lot on that list that was big classroom impact stuff. Some of it was like extra classroom space, like in the libraries and stuff like that. But
and classroom impact probably sometimes could fall under health and safety. Like the Ike wall impacted the fact that we didn't have classrooms there, but it's also a safety issue. So
that's true. Well, and so that was the other thing that was on this list was capacity too. And capacity felt really low on the list to me because we have a lot of excess capacity in our school buildings. I mean, we talked about consolidation before. But yeah, you're right. I guess you don't count things until all of a sudden you lose capacity. So yeah, if we lost capacity and it put us at an issue, that would be there.
Right.
But I guess that could also be legal code too. But
right, yeah. At that point, like if for some reason we get flooding at Eisenhower and we lose half of the capacity, like that's a bigger issue there.
Yeah, that's kind of an anomaly more so.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like having the classroom impact in there, but I think that, like you said, like for facilities, it's not as high as like what we would consider, curriculum or the personnel committee with teacher. There's a lot more impact on that. Facilities, we're looking
Yeah,
at mostly the safety of our children is the big one.
I guess classroom impact would probably be the fourth one because then it does factor in capacity and some of those other things.
Yeah.
It's kind of a catch-all.
Yeah.
So safety, legal codes, energy with ROI, classroom impact. Is that?
Mm-hmm. Was there any other ones that the committee was looking at?
We took the original list that
Okay.
was built and went through all of those, and I think we kind of eliminated some of them with the list that you and I are just kind of looking at here. I think they kind of roll over. Patrick, or I don't know if then Andy, is that clear enough, or do you think we need to go in more detail on that, or what are your thoughts?
No, I think that's a good start. There's something that I'd like to try to work into that, and it might fit into one of these categories. And I'm just going to spitball here for 45 seconds. To have some type of a criteria where it may not be a high priority in some of these other categories, but if we don't do something now, the cost impact in the future is going to be much larger. So,
yeah.
For example, like the Orchard Lane parking lot, somehow work that criteria where if we didn't do that this year, we were looking at a huge increase in cost because of, some of the additional stormwater stuff that we would have to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not energy with ROI, but I would put that under that category because it has an ROI to it. The same thing as like a roof. If you're going to spend $5,000 to replace or to patch a roof, which you could replace the whole thing for $10,000, like is it worth it to just repair the whole thing and get it done?
Yeah, I mean, like it looks like that under the old criteria, there was one, I don't know if this would fall under, but like infrastructure, something with infrastructure, like.
Why don't we just get rid of it? Why don't we just get rid of energy and just put ROI?
Okay. Well, I think we want to. I don't know. Energy.
It's not an RO. It's not per se. You're not getting a return, but
yeah, there's
you're
a savings.
Less.
Yeah.
Long-term savings for short-term spend. I don't know.
So what I just shared with the group is the listing that came off of the current LRP of the improvement criteria. And that might be a good starting place for us to just, we can massage these, or we can recommend new and eliminate. But this is what is on the existing LRP.
This is the Andy list, right? Oh, never mind. Sorry. I was an email behind.
So one of the things you want to think about as we develop this is you get people that come to the board or come to administration with a pet project that they're very passionate about, but we don't have the funds available for it, or it's not quite where we're at. And so we put it on the list and we're able to give it a priority and then explain to them why we're not going to do that project because, again, of the priority status. So sometimes you got to kind of think about how would some of those pet projects fit and where would they fit.
Okay.
Yeah, I like this list. I think this covers everything. I think based on our conversation, I think we would just switch, if this is in order, I think we switched health and safety to top.
Yeah, and then you could kind of combine the laws, regulations, codes all as one. So just if you take off the building code and start health and safety, laws, regulation, codes.
Why did I undo that? Health and safety, laws, regulations.
We have in there, there's a column for total weight, and then another one for the primary category.
And it falls
So-
under one of these?
Yeah, so if you look at it, I should pull that up, Patrick sent you, but on the LRP, there's a total weight, and then there's one for a priority. And the priority would be your numbers if you stay with 1 through 8. If your priority is health and safety, then that would be a number 1. So as you look at the LRP, no matter how you break it out, it would tell you what category it falls into with the highest rating. So if we were rating it for energy, let's say, then that would be the one, the priority in.
Yeah.
Just gives us another way to sift through all the data. So if we need to know if it's everything that's rated real high in a priority, a number 1 priority category, that would be the one. So just another part of the tool.
And then I think outdated facilities and program changes is pretty low on my list. I mean, unless it's really impacting education.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that could be, you know, we updated like the science labs because they were pretty outdated at that point. So I think, I mean, it needs to be on the list because there are going to be, you know, as curriculum changes and let's say we need, you know, some new data analytics lab that, you know, students can learn about data, big data type of thing, you know, like we're going to have to kind of play that in as well. But I think, yeah, it should be on the list, but it doesn't necessarily need to be top of the list.
Well, I think that's a perfect example of where we've got the foundation or we've got other.
Yeah.
Or I think that's a good, it's really hard to get someone to say, hey, donate to our parking lot. It's a lot easier if we're going to have a new educational curriculum piece added to it.
Right.
Hello?
Hey, Kate.
Hey, I'm so sorry.
Kate.
I forgot to put this on my calendar.
Oh, no, that's fine. We're, there's an email that was just sent out. We're looking at, the thing we're doing right now is criteria. So the facility, so as they're making decisions on how to prioritize projects, as a board, like as a committee, we want to set the criteria for it. And then we'd bring it to the board, you know, at a future meeting for them to vote on as well. So right now, our number 1 criteria we said is the health and safety of students, families, you know, whatever, whoever's using our facilities. We need to make sure that it's safe in there, you know, for them. And so we had health and safety number 1, number 2 laws, regulation, codes, and this is where we're kind of after that we're not quite sure what 3, 4, 5 should be. So, I mean, you would agree that health and safety is probably number 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we have to keep our buildings up to code, you know, legally. So, but yeah, we're trying to look at like what we would consider to be the next level of criteria to use. So if you have a thought, I know you're kind of, I'm just throwing it at you right away.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm looking at it right now.
So my opinion was energy savings or ROI kind of stuff where it makes more sense to spend money now because it's going to cost us more over the long term. And then I think my 4th one is probably security, if that helps kind of.
Yeah, security was kind of where I was looking next. Because I feel like it's very often related to the health and safety.
I would agree. You know, security. Yeah.
I mean,
We could make health, safety, security all one.
I kind of want to because security is very important for families and to like if we need to build a new entranceway to a we've done it all, but you know, like we need to restructure something. That's kind of a priority too.
Yeah, we can make them all one. I don't disagree. I mean, health is safety and security, and they're all kind of interrelated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Security and safety are
Yeah,
similar.
Okay, so health, safety, and security would be number one, laws and regulations. And then I had energy savings or ROI stuff. Is there any objections or any other thoughts or? And then outdated facilities and program changes.
I mean, I think that's important, but like you mentioned, that's, you know, it's a great thing for our foundation to do as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that there's any more, I don't know that we need infrastructure renewal on here.
I don't know what that means. Does that mean in like our IT, like that? What does infrastructure renewal mean?
That would be like, for instance, when you have to redo the track or the tennis courts. You know, we have a lot of other places other than the classroom that we still have to maintain.
Okay.
And so your infrastructure renewal it's gonna take up kind of all those other areas.
Okay. So yeah, that would probably be lower on my list.
So you have to keep a real open mind on your big umbrella of,
Yeah.
it's not just the classrooms, it's the PAC, it's the pool, it's the track, it's the football field, the baseball diamond, you know, all those things that we have, you know.
But what,
So
I mean, sometimes that can fall under health and safety, can't it? Like,
well, and that's where we get into those discussions of
yeah,
when a project comes up, where does it best fit?
that's true.
And sometimes it's going to be, and I'll give you an example, like we want a concession stand with bathrooms at West, because right now they have porta potties.
Yeah.
But that would be an infrastructure renewal or other than core mission needs, because it doesn't feed the classroom and we are getting by without it.
Okay. Yep.
But if a group wanted to start raising funds for it, they would have to come to the board, and the board would have to have some justification to say, no, we're not going to fund this, but if you want to raise the money, you know, we would be okay with that.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree that it needs to be on the list. I just don't know if it needs to, like, how high on the list it needs to be.
Well,
Is the problem, do we need a bigger PA, or is the track crumbling and getting?
Right, that's what I was talking about. If there's a piece of, you know, asphalt or whatever the track is made out of, that's going to make kids stumble like that, does that end up being a safety issue, or does that? So that's, I guess, a little question. I don't know where it would fall.
Well, remember the headings that they're just headings, like the health and safety, laws and codes. Then underneath that, we use a ranking system of 1 to 5.
Right.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter which one you put first or which one you put second or third. It's the ranking within each line that's going to set it apart.
And that's one of the ideas that I had jotted down in this document is if there is one or more of these that we feel is more important than others, we could build into this a weighting. You know, so for example, if we all feel that health, safety, and security is the most important, we can put a weight in that so that whatever we put for, you know, 1 through 5 would be weighted at, you know, 125% or 115% or whatever we want to weight it.
Yeah, or we could do like a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and just down the list.
Yeah.
So each one has more rank than the one below it. But yeah, any of those work.
But I think you're saying that within health and safety, right in that column, you're reading it 1 through 5, right? So if we weight it, we could say that a 5 is really a 7, then it just has a higher value than.
Well, or yeah, you rank, everything gets a score 1 through 5, but then you apply a weight to it. So let's say
Yeah,
health and safety, you multiply that 5 by 5, and it's a 25.
Right,
And
exactly.
if it gets 4 on regulations, then it gets 16. So it's
Right.
really a scaled on a, or whatever, or not.
I see what you're saying, yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That can, I guess, I mean, I don't,
And Andy, this was very helpful for me because I didn't realize that you guys, that the long range plan was a living document. So it sounds like if somebody does come to you and say, hey, you know, I really think that we should, you know, whatever, open a tennis court at Ike, like it might actually make the list, but then you're ranking it at that point.
Correct.
Okay.
We use 0 to 5 because we always want some number in there. But what this is going to do then now is the facilities committee should be, I think how it's, if I'm understanding this correctly, they'll be helping us to go through the criteria on this before it goes to the board. And then the board could just review it monthly or quarterly if we say we've got new projects on there, you know, and then check the ratings. And then you'd be able to discuss it at that level, like you really think that it's a 4 in health and safety or whatever. So, but it is a living document.
Yeah. That was more my question.
every quarter we kind of look through it and just get an idea of what we're looking at for next year for major projects and kind of work our way down there and make sure that we're all in agreement.
Okay.
'Cause I don't think we want to own that document.
No.
We want administration to own it, but I think we just want to give them guidance on, hey, so you don't bring us 5 ideas that we disagree with. This is kind of what our criteria is, and let them build it around it, but just give them just a very, very core structure.
I kind of like the idea of a quarterly review too, and just like looking at the new what's been added, just so we can see, you know, what are the new projects that have been added to it, and how to, you know, using the criteria that we set, how did they rank?
Yep.
So I'm looking at capacity and feeling like that could be very important if something was truly a capacity issue. That seems like something that would be possibly more important than energy savings or ROI. I mean, I don't know that we have many of those on our list at present, but
yeah, we talked about that a little bit before you joined. I think it's one of those things where, and that was my comment too, is I think capacity might be higher if we're at a different point in time. But with the capacity that we have, with having excess classrooms and everything in all of our schools, I don't think we really have a capacity issue now. So that's why it ranked lower for me at this point. But that could certainly change in 3 years or 2 years.
yeah, I feel like
That was just
the only one that I can think of that's on our list currently that is kind of like a present capacity issue is like the Elmwood lunchroom. But I feel like that's the type of project that in my mind would be more important than just something that we were like, hey, we could get some money back in the future if we did this now, versus like kids are eating lunch at 11 or 10 a.m. because there's not enough room in the cafeteria.
And that's what we were saying, like more classroom impact. So like, is there anything on here that that we say where it impacts the, I mean, I guess it's not technically a classroom, but it's impacting the student's day, you know, like that. Is there something on here that we say non-core mission needs, but do we say like core, core mission needs anywhere?
No, but that was the thing, is we were kind of going through the actual LRP list, and there just really wasn't a whole lot, like I said, that was like, we need to build a new classroom because we have 50 kids in here, or we don't have the fab lab. And those things just kind of percolate up that, hey, we really need a fab lab, or we need, like you said, some data scientist area. Because some of that isn't really, I mean, that becomes almost more curriculum.
What if we added, like I just changed number 4, outdated facilities / program changes support. Would that identify a core mission need? So if we've got a particular class, for example, that is supporting our core mission, but it needs some enhancements, call that a program change or program support.
Yeah,
I'm good.
I feel like I like the program changes / support. It's the outdated facilities that I feel like is the less of a priority. I don't know if we separate that one out, because that seems like, hey, we have some extra money, let's do this project, why not? And I agree that those are the things that ideally the foundation could support, or some other means of fundraising perhaps. But if there is really we want to offer this new course and we can't do it unless we have different facilities, maybe not something as crazy as the Fab Lab, but even just we need to buy a $50,000 piece of equipment. I don't know. And maybe there's a lot of that stuff just comes in the regular budget. And so it wouldn't really hit the facilities plan.
Yeah, the example I gave is, I don't even remember how many years ago now, 5 years ago, the science labs were redone at Ike and West, and that was long-range facility plan because they were outdated, right? They weren't up to what our science curriculum was, so they needed to be redone to match the curriculum level. So it was kind of outdated facilities, but it's because it needed, does that make sense? Kind of like program changes.
Yeah.
I think outdated facilities means two things. One, it means we need pretty doorknobs.
Right. Yeah, we don't want that. I don't want that high on the list, but yeah.
Yeah, well, and then the other one is we got to knock down a wall and put in Bunsen burners because we don't have a way for kids to do science experiments.
Right.
I mean, those are two very, very different things. And that's why I think even eliminating outdated facilities and doing program changes / support, because I think that covers more of what we're actually targeting.
Yeah.
Right. Stuff that's academic related versus the next one is.
It might be an outdated facility, but it's not the outdated facility that's driving, it's the program change that's driving.
It's the program change. That's true. Yeah. A new curriculum, yeah. Yeah. Is that all right, Patrick and Andy, if we take out the word outdated facilities?
Sure.
Okay.
Let me do that for you right now.
Patrick drank agreeable juice today. He's really all over it.
I'm always agreeable, Mitch.
I was waiting for that.
Just ask my wife. I'm always agreeable.
Don't ask mine.
Then we come down to, and what did we say infrastructure renewal was? That was more of making. Yeah, is that more like preventive maintenance too? I mean, would you put preventive maintenance in that?
And that's if we wanted to come up with a term that was a little bit more understandable.
Yeah.
Maybe we would put call it infrastructure renewal and maybe put preventative maintenance in parentheses behind it or something like that.
Yeah.
Because that's where I think roofs fall into kind of.
Right.
I mean, that's a little bit, yeah.
If the roofs are falling in, it's a safety. But if we feel like we need to get ahead of it, it's more of a preventive maintenance because the longer term might cost us more than if we did it now, type of thing. So preventive maintenance to me means you're spending money now to avoid failure in the future.
Mm-hmm.
So do we want to put a number by the remaining 3 non-core capacity and infrastructure?
I would probably
do.
It's the lowest. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, I think that one's last. I mean, I would say
the one that
mission.
Okay.
So you could make that 5 for now, but I feel like.
Hold on a second. I think 5 is going to be preventative maintenance, and then
I
think
would say.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I just was saying to put it in the list, and then we could add the other ones.
I think this one falls off though. The non-core mission needs outside education program. I don't know if that.
No, I think it still needs to be to Andy's point so that we have criteria when we are ranking a project. So it's just a very low. It doesn't have a weight or it's very low on our list, but it's still there so that if someone does bring a project idea or it can still be ranked, but it's not going to rank very high because it's the last on our list.
So what were you going to put at 4 instead of program changes?
No, if 4 stays there, 5 becomes preventative maintenance. So just carry that up to 5.
Okay.
And then I guess capacity.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
Good.
like I'm struggling, I think, with the order. I think I'm gonna let you finish it first. Like, I feel like capacity, while we don't have capacity issues currently, if we did, if capacity became a problem in some area, I feel like, I almost feel like program changes and support and capacity are more important than energy savings and ROI and then infrastructure renewal. Because those would be things that would directly impact our students and our core mission.
So you'd say maybe flip 3 and 4.
I think, yeah, it's flip 3 and 4, but then I feel like capacity also needs to be higher. I mean, let's say, I'm just trying to think of like a fictitious capacity problem that we could have, because we really don't have any right now. But let's say like something happened to one of the rooms at our buildings and we no longer could offer, like we didn't have enough art space or something like that, because it's not going to be enrollment that's going to necessarily cause the problem, but like maybe something happens with a space and we can't use it anymore, and now we don't have space to offer something that we're already offering, and we have a capacity problem. Like, I agree that there aren't many of them on the list at present, but should there ever be a capacity problem, it's like directly tied to our mission.
This list isn't an emergency of something happened today. This list is more of a 5-year, 6-year running list, and then we're updating it every 3 to 6 months to kind of say, these are new needs we have. I mean, if all of a sudden we have to drop our art program, that's not really a capacity issue. I don't know. I think more capacity is like, we need to expand our gym because we need to have more fans for basketball games or something like that. I think that's, because if it becomes a program change or support issue, then that falls under there.
I don't want to throw another dog in the fight, but do we want to entertain a negative number? So for instance, remember, these are the headings of the categories, and somebody comes up with a project that they want done. So let's say that we're going to remodel the library at Orchard Lane, and we're going to shrink the size of the library, but we're going to put something else in there, maker space and whatever. If that would have a negative impact on the overall capacity of the building, would we want to put a negative number in that column?
But if we have enough space in the building, we don't care per se.
Right, but if let's say they want me to take 2 classrooms, knock a wall out, make 1 room.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking long term too. So yeah, we need to look at how does this impact us long term.
And that could go for any one of those columns. Would we want to entertain a negative number? So it wouldn't just be 0 to 5; it would be -5 to +5.
Yeah.
Well, but it doesn't eliminate capacity in the building. It eliminates a classroom. So I think we're getting into the weeds a little bit with that, because if you knock out a wall to make more usable space, you've got more usable space. Whereas before, if you had 2 classrooms that were unusable or 2 rooms, you're knocking out a space and making it more functional. So I think that's a different measurement of how you measure capacity.
And I think this conversation too should be cloaked in the fact that this is a living document.
Yeah.
And so right now, capacity may be 6th on the list, but 6 years from now, when we've got capacity issues, now that capacity is going to bump up to, maybe a 2 or a 3, and, it will push some of the others down.
Right.
And is this something that maybe the facility committee just reviews on a yearly basis to make sure that the criteria still matches?
And I think that's where
the first thing. Real quick, I think this is probably the first thing that the facilities committee should look at every time there's a new facilities committee, to make sure that these are the proper assessments that we're making, and this is the criteria that we're setting for district. Sorry, go ahead, Matt.
And this is where, if we use my example of a weighting, so for example, we've got 7 criteria, and that 7th criteria, number 7 has a 1.0, and everything else, as you work your way up, it has an additional, like a 5% weight. And 7 years down the road, capacity becomes a greater issue. All we have to do is flip the weighting, and everything that we have in capacity automatically will get adjusted up because we've just changed the weighting based on our current conditions.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think we need to get this perfect today. I think that what we want for this year is what we have to look at it.
I think that makes sense. So then I think the only point that I'm still struggling on is number 3 versus number 4. Is our core mission more important than future savings?
I would say if the ROI is 1 year, then yeah. If the ROI is 6 years, maybe not. Because if we can save that money in 1 year, we can put that money then towards program changes next year. That's just my quick thought.
And I think this is why we have the discussions at the committee level when they come up.
Yeah. This is just the initial criteria for you guys to rank them and then propose them to us. And if we see something misaligned, we can always readjust that if we feel.
Yeah, I guess I probably should weigh in.
Like,
I know, I'm thinking like it's hard because I agree like they're both important, but and I agree that an ROI of 1 year might help us to do program changes the next year, right? So like I almost want to weight those evenly because I feel like,
if it's a longer ROI, it gets
a 1. Then it gets a low. Okay. Yeah.
And if you get a high.
Okay. Yeah, as long as we clarify long ROI gets a low number in that area, and then a program change that impacts the classroom right away gets a high one, then it should balance that out.
And this may also be an area, for example, if we do an improvement to an outdoor facility, and by doing that improvement, it enhances our ability to raise revenue through rental. I think that's another example of how this ROI can work. Not necessarily just energy savings, but it increases our capacity to generate revenue.
We just have to be careful with that one because groups could promise that they're going to use our facilities and then fail once we
We've never seen that before.
No, I've never seen that. So
and again, that's why we do it in the committee, but I think it's definitely a consideration that we should have.
Yeah.
But I hear what you're saying, Amy. I definitely hear you.
So I think that was, are you guys good on this criteria, or do we want to, talk that through one more time?
No, I think that sounds good. One last question, because you probably talked about it before I joined. Outside education program. That means like somebody other than our district doing an ed program within our building?
No, it's more like tracks and kind of not classroom, I think, is what my.
Okay, so outside meaning anything that's not non-educational.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's hard to define. It could be for chess club, or it could be for sports, or it could be for dance, or whatever. but it's non-science math reading, I think, is how I read it. But
Or even like if we wanted to do an enhancement to the PAC because of the theater, the non-school theater that was
Right.
performing there
Yeah.
or whatever, just as a community need. Okay.
yeah, I mean, unless that fell under the community fund or something like that, obviously, then that would be a separate category. But
Right.
this is, my interpretation is this is affecting Fund 10.
Yeah. Okay.
And so as far as, do you feel that we should vote on this and bring it to the board, like just so that they're aware this is our criteria? And then present it to the board as a,
Oh, yeah, we still don't have much time left. We still got to take a vote on the dollar amount too. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I think we should.
okay.
My quick opinion on.
Yeah. So then we're
Okay.
planning on like applying this criteria to the long range plan, and we'll continually do quarterly reviews and obviously make adjustments as we see necessary if these priorities should change.
Yep.
Just
Yeah.
Yeah, quarterly or bi, we have to take a look at that. It might not make sense if we're reviewing it every 3 months, but
I just meant to see like what the new projects were. I mean,
Yeah,
if there's only 2 new projects, it'd be pretty quick
Yeah,
quarterly review.
Right.
that's true. too.
Review the whole
And
list.
just make sure we're on target of, this is what we have budgeted, this is what we're planning on spending, and just make sure that nothing changes. I don't know that we need to do a huge deep dive into
Yeah.
it, you're right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Well, I'll make a motion then. I move to bring this facility improvement criteria to the board for discussion and vote.
Second.
I will agree.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, it's such a narrow, I'm glad that passed. Oh, other part
Amy,
is-
did you want that at the next school board meeting?
I don't remember when I had facilities doing their update. Was that the next one, or did I have?
Oh, I'm not sure. Then I'll just have Diana add that then when the facility committee provides an update.
Yeah, let's do facility committee update next meeting, and we'll wait if I had them switched. Let's do the facility committee meeting update. But yeah, we want this added to the agenda. Yeah, because we'll have to vote on it. So yeah.
Okay, and then the other question was, you were looking at possibly giving us a number to work with. Again, I wasn't sure if that's something the committee at least just wanted to give us guidance so that we can go back and say, if we were, this is what we'd spend it on. Again, knowing that we wouldn't spend anything until we get clarification on the COVID, revenue impact. So did you want that here, or how did you want to proceed with that part?
Yeah, I think that's our next. So
Yeah, I think we should come up with some sort of starting number and then take it to the board as this is what we either agreed on or somewhat came to an agreement on, and then from there we can have that final discussion with them.
Yep.
Right.
And my starting point would be 250. So we allocate 250 a budget for the next, and I guess this is just for future budgets, it would be very, it would fluctuate based on actual, but just for Patrick's projection, I would start the number at 250 for the, next 3 or 4 years to put in his projections.
Real quick question. Oh, go ahead, Kate.
No, I was just gonna say 250 was the number I was thinking of as well. Knowing
Okay.
that we don't have a lot of money in our budget, obviously I would love to spend more, but if we could come up with just that amount, as a way to start making investments in the buildings again, I think that would be a good beginning, and then obviously we can adjust down the road.
And we saw it before, and I don't remember the exact schedule of when the debt falls off, but that's the biggest thing to me for past next year. So can you, and maybe we have it somewhere, Diana, but can we have what we pay today in debt and then what that schedule is for the next 9 years or whatever, I think is what the last presentation was?
We pay about $5.2 million a year in Fund 38 debt, and it lasts for the next 8 years.
Yeah, some of it drops off though. Yeah.
Some
Yeah,
of it
that's what I'm
does,
looking
but it's not a great amount. And we are going to have an opportunity to look at some refinancing this next year.
Okay. Because that would play, and I don't think any of it falls off for 3 years. I thought it was 3 or 5, and I don't recall. Okay.
And that's why, yeah,
Diana,
keeping these budget projections, kind of a rolling projection too. So after we get through this year, then we look to see, then next year is more solid, but we're still projecting out so that we can start to see, okay, can some of these projects, wait that 8 years, or,
Well,
do they fall into the criteria now? Yeah.
Can we push off some of this roofing and asphalt until we have, $2 million in free cash for next year? But that.
Yeah. But then that would be a score on the preventive maintenance too. There's going to have to be a score on what is the impact if we wait this out or if we do it now, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with that number. I was thinking 300 actually is the number, but I'm certainly comfortable with bringing that number down. I guess some feedback from administration, is that within the realm of what you guys were thinking, or were we way off, or what were you guys thinking?
Yeah, so, right now, less is better for us because right now we would have, again, as mentioned, and Kate, you missed this part of the conversation, we have to absorb this dollar allocation from somewhere else. And so right now, we would have to go back to the budget and say, okay, what things are we going to cut in order to be able to allocate this amount for capital projects? And again, that's why we're bringing these proposed expenditure reductions, for example, transportation, where then we wouldn't have to cut from somewhere else, even though we know there are pros and cons to the transportation piece that are going to impact people in different ways. So that's why I think that that transportation piece will be a really big factor because, if we don't have to rip apart our other budgets internally right now, which we're already very tight on, that we just, we'd be cautious as far as where we would end up taking those dollars. But, I think for now, I think the 250 to 300,000 was what we had actually internally had been talking about, just as a starting point. And then, Kate, we also mentioned like some years, this whole thing is a fluid piece where, some years we may not spend any so that we can save up for that second year and be able to do a bigger project. So that, we're not, if we have a large asphalt or roofing project, that we wouldn't phase it because it's cheaper to do it in one fell swoop, and so again, it will be fluid, but I think, back to your question, Mitch, yeah, we think that this is reasonable. 250, 275, 300, I think we would certainly support.
Okay. And like you said, yeah, if we put that away, we don't have to spend it this year too, so we can certainly save that for next year and do a larger project.
And again, I do want to clarify that even if we did set aside these dollars and say, and I think we should probably bring this back to the committee is like, okay, this is what we would spend it on based on the criteria. Andy will give us his list. We'll kind of run it past the committee, kind of get your blessing, and then inform the full board that we would not be moving forward with any capital projects, at least this coming school year, until we know what's happening with the COVID-19 impact on school budgets. So we would be prepared to pull the trigger on said projects, but we wouldn't do that until we get some sort of clearer direction from the state on where we're going to end up with revenues for next school year. So I did want to just kind of repeat that and reiterate that part of it too.
Hey, Joe, one other thing that we were going to work on as part of our facilities committee that we didn't touch on was Kelly was going to work on a list of education projects similar to the infrastructure or the program changes stuff that we were looking at for that we can maybe take off our plate and put more on the fundraising. Have you guys made any progress on that at all?
It actually all stopped once COVID hit because the revenue streams just wouldn't be coming, given the circumstances. You know, I do know that, for example, they were looking at, you know, giving away some mini grants to staff. You know, I think anywhere between, Patrick, was it about $500 for grant applications for staff?
Yes, I believe that's what they're talking about, right in that area, 500, and then maybe ratcheting up depending upon the size of the project.
And then at any like larger projects, we think right now, the only other large possibility would be a fab lab here at Eisenhower. But certainly, again, just given all the unknowns, we're just not sure. We're just kind of paused right now. I do know that we were also they were looking at a capital campaign for outdoor facilities. So they were looking at possibly, you know, turf in certain areas, lights in certain areas, and so on. But that was going to be like their next big project. But again, because of COVID-19, that's been halted as well. I do know that they are pivoting to a certain degree as far as, and it's going to be a cooperation with the school district and with the foundation of, you know, supporting 19 type issues. So like, for example, right now the school district does cover wireless, wireless modems for folks that do not have access to wireless. We provide that, but that's something that, in partnership with the foundation, they can help us raise funds. So, and they're not major dollars that are coming out of our budget now, but every dollar that can be supported by outside funds certainly allows us more flexibility within the current budget. For and other needs, you know, if we're still going to continue some of this virtual learning, you know, some families don't have printers at home. You know, some families don't have, added devices. You know, I guess I'm just talking COVID-related type things that would help ease the support. PPEs, for example, that the district might not provide. Now, in that case, you know, that may not ease our budget, but again, those are some of the things that they were looking at, knowing that just the fundraising aspect of things is going to probably have to hit pause as well, just like everything needed to related to COVID-19. But certainly, just because we had paused doesn't mean we couldn't bring you that list. And I've made a note, Mitch, that we will bring something to you related to that.
Yeah,
I don't think.
Go ahead.
Real quick, I don't think it's a huge rush, and I don't think that we're going to take action on it. But I think it's just good for the board to have some visibility on that and what's down the pipe coming.
Yeah, I can tell you, Mitch, from a Reagan perspective, we are not having a fundraiser next year. There's just too many unknowns about what things are going to be like in the fall, and we have tons of money with the home and school. So I personally, as the fundraising chair, was not about to spend my summer planning an event that wasn't going to happen. And we don't need it. So I feel like that's probably going to be a similar situation for the other elementary schools, you know, that they aren't going to necessarily be looking to fund huge projects next year because we're all probably just going to be using our surplus to pay the organization's budget.
When you said the organization's budget,
Like the home and school,
yeah,
at least
that's just the smaller maintenance stuff that you guys do every year. You're not going to take on any capital projects then, right?
Exactly. So we do, our budget is typically like $20,000, but you know, when we have a fundraiser that brings in 40,000, then we buy something for the school with that surplus. But
Gotcha.
Instead, we are now going to spend some of our savings to do our $20,000 budget for next year because we're not going to have a fundraiser. So there will be no capital project for home and school at Reagan, and I'm assuming the other elementary schools might be in a similar situation.
Okay, cool.
All right. I think we have like 9 minutes. I don't know if we want to just close up here and wait for the meeting, or do we want to just quickly talk about our next meeting and what we want to talk about then? Like, do we want to wait 2 months, a month, a quarter, like 3 months out? What are you guys thinking?
I think we can probably go 2 months or so. I don't know that we've got a whole lot to go over since we're not looking at spending this money right away.
Yeah, and that's what we would, I guess from our perspective, we would agree. We don't need anything imminently turned around. And then now that we know what numbers to work, we're going to work off the $250,000 amount. And we're going to say, Andy, if we had the opportunity to make some improvements with this allocation, what would we spend it on? Certainly we could even just do an email. And then when we meet, we can discuss that further. But 2 months from now is, July, August. So I think if we can do something in August, that should work for us too.
And what are, because I'm coming in new to this, what are some other topics that you guys were working on?
The main thing was LED lighting, I think was our
Okay.
top one.
The LED lighting, and then I think just kind of this long range plan stuff. So I feel like now that we have some criteria, probably a review and, answering some of those questions that we had about how we want to do the rankings and what modifications we want to do. Especially if we do end up putting something into the budget, it would be good to get that list into a place that we kind of are all in agreement and want to then review it with the full board.
Okay. Is the facility committee, I don't know if this falls under facility or like the whole board, but like rental, like, that we've been talking a little bit about updating our rental pricing. Is that something that has been falling under here, or is that, or not?
It
Is
hasn't.
that-
I think we were waiting. That was what was presented at the whole board, but maybe that should fall under this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
we
think,
actually would recommend that for sure.
mhm.
So is that something that can be discussed at the August meeting? Or is,
Yeah, I mean, we can do that. And the only other thing that we can certainly wait until then, that's fine. Again, I think what we, based on the research we had done was, a lot of the stuff that we needed to do was, can only be, like most of our like athletic facilities are already tapped out, and a lot of our PAC rentals are pretty well tapped out. The only real opportunity was like possible classroom space that we could absorb. There were a couple things that I talked to Mitch about. Can we maybe partner with some private schools? Can we maybe partner with, like some of the preschools in the area where maybe we could provide the space cheaper than where they're renting. The other piece, the other topic of conversation was, would we allow alcohol on school grounds for events that do not, pertain to, that do not include students,
Yeah.
or other outside groups, so there are certainly topics we would love to have the dialogue on. And I think waiting until August would be fine, but if you guys want to do it sooner, then that's fine too.
I think we definitely need to have it around those topics. We could get something from you guys of what your proposal is sooner than later. That might be better, and just go via email so we can review that. I think the other topic on there too was that position we were looking at, getting everything cleaned, not necessarily position, but getting everything cleaned up and getting everything electronic. I think that's a big thing, especially during this time. If there's some in-house resources that we have that could help do that, now that might be a good thing to get done over the summertime.
yeah, I
feel
think
like
that's,
yes and no on that,
duly noted.
because are we really going to be having events in our buildings anytime soon?
right. That's true.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like there is a lot going on right now with you guys having to, think through options for what could school look like in the fall. I don't know that we need to add on potential, alcohol licenses or facilities rentals right now. Maybe that's something that we discuss briefly in August, and then we pick it up at our next meeting, if that's going to be like in October or something, when hopefully we are back at school and we know a little bit more about the current environment or the climate of that time.
I guess my thought is, I think this is probably going to be the slowest time they're going to have in terms of administration. Is that right, Joe? I mean, I'm just concerned if we look at August, you guys are going to be starting school year back up, and I don't know if you guys are going to have time or resources to do it then.
Yeah, and, you know, I mean, I think either way, we're good, you know, whether it's August or October. You know, we've got enough time, and it's been sitting on our parking lot long enough that it's really just a matter of tying up those loose ends and bringing it to this group. Maybe we can just share the information, and then, you know, the committee can determine whether they want to take it up. Kind of like what, you know, what was just said by Kate is you can add it to the agenda, but maybe not you know, not like pinpoint things until the following meeting, or, you know, if you want to get things done at that meeting in August, we can do that then too. So, but I think right now it gives us enough time to plan out. 2 months is a lot of time. I do, trust me, yes. I mean, everybody's busy. I mean, I think all of us are being impacted. So, yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of getting it on our docket of things to do, and we'll get it done.
Okay. Should we, I guess, move to adjourn?
I'll second.
Okay.
I'm good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Bye.
All right. I guess it's adjourned. I think we're just staying on here for closed session, so we have a quick 2-minute break to go. I'm going to go grab some water. Or not open session. Sorry, this is open session. Let's kick off the meeting. So, yep, I'll be right.
Okay.
All right, looks like everybody's on. Mitch, are you still on?
Yep.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and get started. Did someone just drop off? Okay, we have everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 6:31 and a quorum of members is present, so the meeting of the Board of Education of the School District of New Berlin is called to order. Please call the roll.
Ms. Crosby,
Here.
Mr. Hellman,
Here.
Mr. Kurth,
Here.
Ms. Manley,
Here.
Ms. Schulz, Ms. Unger,
Here.
Ms. Wondercheck.
Here.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn into closed session.
Jeffrey Kurth, move into closed session pursuant to section 19.85. Hold on. 1 C, E, and F of the Wisconsin statutes to consider B, the employment, performance, and compensation matters pertaining to staff.
Susan, second.
So I have a motion by Mr. Kurth, a second by Ms. Manley. Can you please call the roll?
Mr. Kurth,
Yes.
Ms. Manley,
Yes.
Ms. Crosby,
Yes.
Mr. Helmer,
Yes.
Ms. Schulz,
Yes.
Ms. Unger,
Yes.
Ms. Wondercheck.
Yes.
We are moving into closed session and will return to open session around 7 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 7:16, and we are returning from closed session to open session. In recognition of the serious and important nature of our efforts here, we will join in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now for those who wish to prepare for the meeting, we will have a moment of silence. This is a public meeting of the Board of Education. Prior to this meeting, notice was given to the public last Friday by forwarding to the City Library for posting. The agenda was also posted on the district website. Copies of the agenda were forwarded to the Waukesha Freeman, the Waukesha Now, and the Journal Sentinel, all which have filed requests for all public notices. The next item on our agenda is privilege of the floor. And we did invite everybody that would like to participate and have their voice heard to email their privilege of the floor, and we did receive a few. So this portion of the meeting is an opportunity for you to come and voice your concerns to the board, so please do not be offended when we quietly listen. We do not immediately respond to your questions and comments. This is a time for you to talk and us to listen. So each presentation is to be restricted to a maximum of 3 minutes. Privilege of the floor will be limited to 1/2 hour. Presentations are not to be designed for purposes of engaging others in a debate in this forum, and discussion of certified, classified, or professional personnel or of individual Board of Education members shall not be considered an appropriate topic for this forum, and the speaker will be ruled out of order. And Diane, I believe we have a couple.
Yeah, we actually have 4. I'll read these in the order that I received them. A couple are rather lengthy, so please bear with me. First, from Jason and Carrie Rebeck of 14825 West Fenway Drive. Dear members of the school board, first, I would like to question why families, teachers, and the community have not been polled on these proposed changes prior to a board discussion or voting. This is not something that only a handful of people should have a voice in. This will change many moving variables for many, especially those schools that have a proposed later start time. Has the school board spoken with teachers to ensure that we will be retaining staff and seeing how this may impact in-district collaboration or cooperation efforts with other schools? Our children attend Ronald Reagan, and having a proposed later start time is not feasible for 2 parents that work in healthcare. I can imagine that many parents are in the same situation, and more than not, employers are not flexible with late start times. This will lead to increased costs of before school care. Will the schools be expanding their current programs to accommodate an influx of applicants for the YMCA program? I can't imagine expansion will be possible given many of the current COVID-19 recommendations. Our bus route typically ran late during the normal school year, and with a later start and end time, my children likely would not get off the bus until 5 p.m., possibly even later given the probable need to disinfect buses in between routes. In winter, it will be dark at drop-off, posing many safety issues. This will greatly shorten the time in the evening that children have to complete necessary homework, eat dinner, and make it to after-school sports and activities. I typically had to do parent pickup numerous times a week with the current release time to allow my children to eat and make it to practice, often eating in the car to make an away game. A late end would cause our family and many others to have to pull our children early from school. Would the office be ready to have an influx of children sent down for an early pickup? My guess is that with COVID restrictions, this would be heavily frowned upon. Lastly, the timing of this consideration is just so poor. All of our schedules have been turned upside down by COVID-19, and no one even knows what school may look like next year. Has anyone considered the current mental health of our children during this pandemic crisis learning venture? Our children need to be considered first and foremost. Academic achievements likely will be impacted. Many children will be starting starting the school year behind and changing the schedule to longer does not necessarily mean more learning. Children are not small adults, and attention spans are a challenge. I'm afraid this will create a rise in behavior issues, increased stress, anxiety, and a less than optimal learning environment. I appreciate your consideration on how this impacts the teaching staff, the loss of family times and homework, impact on participation in extracurriculars, and the financial impact on the families. Next is from Ray and Allison Schaffert at 15890 West Allison Drive. Dear members of the board and Superintendent Garza, my wife and I are writing to you regarding the proposed changes to busing and school times next year. First of all, we want to thank you for continuing to try and come up with ways to help save the district money. We are fully aware of the long-term forecasts, so any savings are a good thing, as long as they can be made without too detrimental of a cost towards the students, teachers, and families. Unfortunately, we feel that's where this proposal comes up short. We have 3 children in the district, a soon-to-be 8th grader at Eisenhower and 2 5th graders at Ronald Reagan. The move to a 3-tier busing system gives us many moments for pause due to the lack of practicality, convenience, and disruption to learning. From an extracurricular standpoint, ending the day at 4:10 p.m. is a non-starter as a parent. That means kids arrive home by 4:20 p.m. at the earliest and 4:45 p.m. at the latest. We have 3 kids in sports programs. This year, one of them started Ike basketball at 4 p.m. and another at 4:30 p.m. There is no way anyone can make these times. The earliest anyone in the city could start practices would be 5 p.m. And what about those who travel 30 minutes or more for these events? This affects kids at Orchard Lane and Elmwood too, because they would also now have later start times. Nights would also now have to get later for homework and dinner. Pushing back practices would mean kids go directly from school to dinner to homework without any break at all. That's asking too much of kids, and it's certainly not respectful of parents. From an education standpoint, it's hard enough to keep kids' concentration at 3 p.m. I can only imagine how hard it would be at 4 p.m. And what about the poor teachers? I'm sure they have a say in this too. Were they consulted in this idea? And with such a large gap in start and end times, I would think this would negatively impact the learning between kids at Orchard Lane and Elmwood and Ronald Reagan and PC. The 2-hour gap between start times for elementary school and high school is too difficult to manage. This has a tremendous impact on parents who need to work. They shouldn't be forced to pay for before or after school care. We might as well have a referendum then to set off costs to the parents. To offset costs to the parents. For teachers with children in other districts, I can't imagine what it would do to them. We'd probably end up losing teachers, which is the last thing anyone wants. On a health note, would this allow time to properly sanitize buses? What is the true savings we would realize? Would it truly offset the inconveniences parents throughout the city would feel? Thank you for your time and your attempts to save money. The option presented here, however, falls far short of anything we could support. All right, thirdly, Dear Joe Garza and members of the School District of New Berlin Board of Education, we are School District of New Berlin alumni, current students, family members, and former members of faculty. We write to respectfully insist that the School District of New Berlin, 1, craft a comprehensive elementary, middle, and high school curricular plan inclusive of Black history and specifically addressing systemic racism and white privilege. 2, require diversity, equity, and inclusion training for all faculty. And 3, encourage its peer schools in the metropolitan Milwaukee area to do the same. As you are no doubt aware, major protests have broken out across the country, including in Wisconsin and Minnesota, where members of the New Berlin community and SDNB alumni are present in the wake of a policeman's videotaped murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis. The American people are heartbroken and angry at the loss of another Black life at the hands of police, and they are speaking up. Conversations and education about endemic racism, i.e., the racist policies that have shaped and continue to shape this country, must not only take place in the streets of the United States, but also in primary and secondary educational institutions, including the School District of New Berlin. This is not a matter of opinion or political belief. This is a matter of morality. We have a responsibility to examine the roles that privilege and bias play within our own walls. This is all the more true because the School District of New Berlin starts teaching students as young as 4. You have the power and responsibility to broaden your students' understanding of the world, and you must. We should take pride in grooming the next generation of leaders, and those leaders must understand how far we are from and how we must fight for racial equity. We cherish our public education and the values we learned and examined while we were students. The School District of New Berlin has historically been and remains a predominantly white institution. Students, faculty, and administrators alike. While we were students in New Berlin, this fact was rarely, if ever, discussed. White students and alumni were not encouraged to examine or question their own role in supporting institutional racism or the ways in which the majority of the student body benefited from it. The world has changed since the alumni among us were SDNB students. In the intervening years, the American populace has mourned unnecessary deaths of too many Black Americans and other people of color, often after bearing witness to police brutality via videos circulated on social media. The phrase white privilege has entered the vernacular. More and more Americans have realized that the time for a serious reckoning with the nation's racial reality has long since come. There's no excuse for places like the School District of New Berlin not to participate in that reckoning and take a leadership role in making positive change. You have the ability to empower your students through thoughtful education, and for those simply born with privilege to become advocates on these important issues. Accordingly, we believe it is necessary for the School District of New Berlin to create a comprehensive plan for addressing these issues at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. Despite small efforts to discuss the murders of Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and countless other Black citizens to enlighten students and educators in other small cities, New Berlin has not been mentioned as an active participant in these important discussions. The School District of New Berlin must make a plan to incorporate lessons of systemic racism, privilege, and American history from the Black perspective into its ongoing curricula. Teaching materials can and should be sourced from a variety of modern mediums like podcasts and documentaries that are better able to reflect the rapid pace at which our society is evolving. The School District of New Berlin must ensure that these conversations are not optional, which could lead to students of color once again bearing the burden of having these difficult discussions while white students opt out. The district must undertake these discussions with a self-critical eye, fostering conversations about how New Berlin itself and public school systems like it perpetuate racist policies, even if it does not intend to do so. Further, diversity, equity, and inclusion, continuous education should be provided for all faculty. Learning never ends for any of us when it comes to these topics. Mandatory training by qualified facilitators who have experience leading discussions around racial equity need to be held for faculty. Faculty need to participate in these conversations in order to analyze their own bias and how it affects their perspective in teaching. The district should fund resource groups for its employees to build relationships across different roles through shared background or experience as related to one's identity in order to build a culture of inclusion to lead students by example. We also believe that the School District of New Berlin should release this plan to its community so that SDNB can be held accountable. We encourage you to formalize this engagement by forming an advisory board composed of students, parents, or guardians faculty, staff, alumni, and other stakeholders. Any plan to address these issues can only be made stronger by inviting as diverse a group as possible to comment on it now and into the future. Finally, the School District of New Berlin must recognize its role as a community leader and encourage its peer schools to create their own plans for addressing these issues within their own walls. At this moment, we have an opportunity to lead by example. There is no reason not to. We know firsthand the innumerable ways a school district of New Berlin education benefits any student who walks through the doors. But without serious self-reflection on the part of the schools and their largely white and privileged student body, New Berlin is also doing its students a grave disservice. Sincerely, Laura Chidester, Melody Pearson, Julie Pearson, Kate Luardo, and signed by 1,250 plus School District of New Berlin alumni, current students, family members, and former members of faculty. And lastly, from Tracy Stanislawski at 3612 South 157th Street in New Berlin. I understand, based on the guidance from DPI and other agencies, that there has not been any decisions made yet regarding reopening for our district, which is understandable based on how quickly things are changing. In the latest messaging from Mr. Garza to the parents, he indicated there is a reopening committee that is or has been meeting. Has there been any consideration in allowing parent participation or input into reopening? While I understand the majority of input should have come from DPI and other state and local entities, I do believe that parents, being important stakeholders, should also be included in the conversations. Thank you so much. And that is it, Amy.
All right, thank you. So the next item on our agenda is actually a public hearing. So for this, if you are in the public and would like to voice any information as far as the instructional hours waiver, please join the number and then mute your mic, and then as you join, we'll ask for your comment. So this is, I don't know if we want to give any like introduction to this, but this is a waiver that, do you want to go ahead? Sorry.
Sure, I can provide that. So the Department of Public Instruction, given the COVID-19 pandemic situation, has provided a very easy and useful waiver for school boards and school districts to consider related to the instructional hours and minutes that we are typically held accountable to by the state. Essentially what this does is this waiver is waiving the instructional hours guidance and recommendations and requirements provided by DPI. We have been told, and it's been recommended by several others, including that of our legal counsel and other colleagues in Waukesha County, that we go ahead and move forward with such a waiver as a safeguard for the school district, given all the uncertainty of what COVID has presented. Most Waukesha County school districts have already approved their respective waivers. And as Amy mentioned, we needed to do this as a public hearing and allowing for input from the public specific to the waivers. The waiver has been posted to the website and has been provided to the school board. And essentially it is just the waiver. We took the verbiage for the resolution of the waiver from the Department of Public Instruction, clarifying specifically the waiving of the minutes. Even though we've been providing instruction to our students virtually, again, we're suggesting that the board approve this so that we are just covered per se, and not in any way, shape, or form misleading people. You know, again, we have been educating the students to the best of our ability, but this would provide us some cover, again, just given all the uncertainty related to COVID-19. So with that, Amy, I kick it back to you for public comment.
Thank you. Did we get anybody to call in? If we have anybody from the public on, please unmute your mic and state your name and let us know. I think I'll ask one more time. So again, this is a time for discussion on the waiver of hours. And if we have any public discussion, please unmute your mic and let us know that you're here. Hearing none, is it all right to move on?
Yeah, we would recommend that we move forward. And as far as for the board will have this item on their regular agenda for approval, for discussion and approval. So further dialogue, if needed by the board, can happen at that time.
All right, thank you. Next item on the agenda is the President's message and announcements. I do want to share a message. So today's message I am sharing is on behalf of myself and Superintendent Garza. So just I would like to say to everybody that as the president of the school board, we at the School District of New Berlin do not condone racism or discrimination of any kind. I deeply share in the sadness that's going across the country, and that many may be feeling a result of the recent happenings that's going on right now across our country. As a school district, we are very much proponent of continuous improvement efforts. And as I've been talking to Superintendent Garza, we will be pulling together district staff to take some time in the coming days and weeks to review our current practices and how we address our students, staff, and families with diversity and inclusion topics. This review will allow him and his team to determine what gaps we may have in order to make necessary adjustments which might be needed. Given the current state of affairs, we want our students to know that the staff and administration are here for you, are here for them during the school year and over the summer, during tough times and when things are going well. And we hope our students and staff will be able to enjoy a very much needed summer break. Thank you to our staff and with the support of our families in making this incredibly unique school year another great one in the School District of New Berlin. I just wanted to, again, thank our staff. I think they did an amazing job in these trying circumstances with the COVID and virtual learning, our students as well, and best summer. Hopefully you guys all have a wonderful summer, staff and students both. That moves us on to the next item, which is our superintendent update, which is the COVID-19 update.
Yes, so it's interesting. I just popped up my calendar trying to get into this meeting, and I still have on my calendar items related to sixth grade moving on ceremonies and sixth grade completion celebrations. But the great part about it is I see that on my calendar. We were able to celebrate as best we could last week, Friday. It was an incredible day here in the School District of New Berlin as we celebrated those sixth graders at all of the elementary schools. We had a parade for them. They pulled up. We had actually the police leading and helping us with the parades. And all of our students and their families were able to wave and say hi and hello and goodbye from their vehicles to our staff that lined our school building sidewalks and parking lots. We also were able to celebrate our seniors by distributing diplomas to them on Friday as well at both Eisenhower and West. Students came in and were met by administration and faculty and staff who were, the administration were in their cap and gowns with masks and PPEs, and they were able to distribute the diplomas to students who, again, were not able to leave their cars, but to receive those diplomas. And some kids had their vehicles donned with posters thanking our staff and congratulating themselves and their classmates, for the class of 2020. And again, it was just a really nice opportunity. In fact, even right now as I speak, WVTV My 24 literally started at 7 o'clock and went through 7:30. We will provide updates to the community and to the board as far as where they can get a recording of what was streamed today. But that was a nice celebration, culminating celebration for our seniors as well, which featured students from Ike and West, as well as some administration, kind of talking about the uniqueness of the times and the impact that COVID-19 had on their senior year. This, along with the signs that were distributed to their respective homes, just like they were for our sixth graders at the elementary. Again, we are looking at still getting some direction from the county on what graduation might actually look like if we were to have it face-to-face. As of right now, based on the guidelines set by Waukesha County, we would not be able to host a large gathering of more than 100 people, of which graduations would be. So, we're looking at other potential options should that not be the case. But at this time, we're going to still plan on having it, but we're going to follow the county's lead as far as what that may or may not look like. Today and tomorrow, we are welcoming students and staff to pick up and drop off their materials, materials that were left in the buildings and or dropping off materials that they took home with them that last day that we saw them back in March. And school will officially end at the end of the day tomorrow. I did also just want to mention that as a result of the restrictions still being held and having to hold and put deposits down on facilities that we were looking to rent for our proms, unfortunately, we did need to cancel our proms that were rescheduled for July just because of the unknown circumstances with COVID. There was no way that we could hold a dance, social distance, and or even if we could allow groups of more than 100, we wouldn't be able to meet the requirements being suggested by the county. So unfortunately, we did have to cancel prom. We are making an adjustment, though, where next year during the prom, we will have both a junior and senior court. So the juniors that missed out on their junior prom this year will be able to have their prom as a senior prom jointly with the junior prom next year. I do also want to just kind of circle back with how everything is going and where we're taking our lead. It's been clarified to us, or at least it's our understanding that based on the state Supreme Court action to overturn Governor Evers' extension of the safer at home orders, what that essentially did do, while it didn't necessarily allow us to open back schools, it did call for more local control. We appreciate that local control so that it allows us to make decisions in our best interest of our students and our families, which could be different than somebody, say, up in Florence County, way up north. And so we are working very closely with the Waukesha County area school districts, as well as with the county health department. I do want to clarify that we are not health experts. We are educators. And so therefore, we are taking our lead from our health experts that we typically would rely on for any other type of health-related issue. So for example, there are situations where the county is able to ask businesses and or schools to shut down as a result of, say, influenza outbreaks, hand, foot, and mouth disease outbreaks. Sometimes there are lice outbreaks where they would have to either shut down and or do a 48-hour deep clean in order to kind of get restarted. So similar to that, we are asking the Waukesha County Health Department to provide that type of guidance as it relates to opening up our schools, how we may or may not be able to transport our students, and then all the way through. So I do understand that the Department of Public Instruction will be providing some guidance on busing and transportation and personal protection equipment sometime in the next week or two. We will take that into consideration, but again, we will be taking our lead from our county health officials as we work to consider re-entry for next fall. As of now, we are full online virtual for our summer school offerings. I did want to clarify that our secondary school offerings are really not being impacted that much because we were able to easily transition over to a virtual only option, or distance learning option. As a result of all the COVID-19 changes, we have actually needed to make adjustments to our elementary offerings, where much of that was actually to be done face-to-face. We have made some adjustments already, one of them being that we need time to develop to move to these online platforms or these only virtual platforms. And so we needed to move the dates that we offer summer school to July and August rather than June and July, which is not typical, but again, something that we felt we needed to do. We will continue to refine our efforts related to summer school, and Kelly and the rest of the team and the teaching and learning department will continue to keep our families up to date with what those offerings could look like and when they would be offered. So again, we would ask parents to kind of keep their eyes open for that information. At this point, I did just want to mention that that's kind of where we're at with our COVID-19 update. And certainly, you know, there are many facets to this, more than what I mentioned. We could probably take another 2 hours and talk about all the different wrinkles that COVID-19 has impacted our current work, our future planning, and our future work. So with that, I guess I'll conclude my update and look forward to, again, keeping the board and families informed as we have been. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that update. And I know families are, you know, understanding that this is up kind of, you know, changes daily. So, so thank you for providing that. The next item is our consent agenda. Are there any items that should be pulled out for separate consideration? Hearing none, do I have a motion for the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented. Jeffrey Kurth.
Do I have a second?
Second, Helmer.
I have a motion by Mr. Kurth, a second by Mr. Helmer. Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Kurth?
Yes.
Mr. Helmer?
Yes.
Ms. Crosby?
Yes.
Ms. Manley?
Yes.
Ms. Schultz?
Yes.
Ms. Unger?
Yes.
Ms. Wondercheck?
Yes.
Motion passes. This moves us on to our regular agenda. The first item on our regular agenda is to discuss, approve the instructional hours waiver.
Yeah, so as was previously discussed during the public hearing, we are recommending approval of the instructional hours waiver as presented.
Do I have a motion to begin discussion?
Move to approve the instructional hours waiver as presented.
Second, Ms. Helmer.
I have a motion by Mr. Kurth, a second by Mr. Helmer. Any discussion? I just wanted to clarify, it's just for this school year, right? So that's just the 1920 school year, and that's what we're applying for. So it's because of our disruption in learning and having to quickly transition to virtual learning that most school districts are going forward with this waiver.
That is correct. That's clarified in the resolution that's been provided. Yes.
Yep. Okay. Any other discussion? Diana, can you call the roll?
Mr. Kurth?
Yes.
Mr. Helmer?
Yes.
Ms. Crosby?
Yes.
Ms. Manley?
Yes.
Ms. Schultz?
Yes.
Ms. Unger?
Yes.
Ms. Wondercheck?
Yes.
Motion passes. That brings us on to item B, which is discuss, approve Elmwood storm drain project.
So we brought this item to the board previously with not as much detail as we have now. As was mentioned in the previous meeting, or a couple meetings ago when we brought this to you, we did let you know that the issue that we're dealing with is that the storm grates at both entrances and exits to the parking lot at Elmwood have become unstable due to concrete degradation and the rusting of the iron frame that holds the grates in place. What this failure has caused, has caused damage to vehicles passing over the storm grates. It also can be a potential safety hazard for those on the Elmwood property. We did solicit 4 bids. We did only have one firm that returned a proposal, as the other contractors did not have the time in their schedules to perform the work that we needed. We were able to find replacement frames from Nina Foundry, which was a major budget saver, where we didn't have to have something custom built or custom fitted for this. These are the same frames that were originally used. Considering that these are, eliminating the need. What this will do is it will eliminate the need for full excavation of each entry, and will save us approximately $40,000 to $60,000 from the original project cost, or the original project proposal. Given this repair is critical to prevent damage to vehicles and the safety of those on the Elmwood grounds, we are recommending awarding the bid to PLM. We have attached the bid specs and the specific bid itself to you. Specifically, we are looking at a $28,000 replacement of the grates and the associated concrete and asphalt work. We're looking at a 10% contingency of $2,800, totaling a budget not to exceed $30,800. So with that, we would recommend approval of the storm grate project at Elmwood as presented.
Do I have a motion to begin discussion?
Jeffrey Kurth, I move to approve the Elmwood storm drain project as presented.
Second, Mitch Helmer.
Motion by Mr. Kurth, second by Mr. Helmer. Any discussion?
Hey, Joe, real quick. Did you guys look at doing stainless steel instead of steel for those grates? I sound like you guys, I don't think you mentioned that, but did you guys look into that to get a longer life out of those, or is that overkill for this project?
Yeah, we thought we wanted to kind of stay within budget at this time, or at least kind of keep the budget at a minimum, knowing that, we did have some issues with the current options. I do know that Andy and the team looked at that, but we just wanted to keep the cost as far down as we possibly could, just given the uncertainty with the budget at this time.
Okay, because I don't know the cost difference between stainless and carbon steel for these, but I don't think it's going to be more than a couple $100. So if that's something that you could just follow up with Andy and just make sure you guys double check on for me quick. Doesn't need to be now, but when you guys work on this.
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you, Joe.
Sure.
How old are these? How old are the frames? How long did they last?
They're about 20 years. So I think Elmwood officially was open in 2002, but some of the drainage had to be put in place well in advance of that. It's probably one of the first things. So we're looking like right now, I think we got 19 years of life out of it, roughly. Obviously, we would hope to have that be longer, but that's where we landed.
Yeah.
But
Just wondering, because
also, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just going to say, if we're going to replace them with the exact same type of grates, just wondering what kind of a lifespan we could expect. So probably
that's
close to 20.
The life that we got out of them was about 19 years.
I think it's also going to vary too on conditions for salt and everything else on that.
That was going to be my sentiment, Mitch. We live in a climate that depending on the cold and the heat that we get from summer to summer, the surging, everything else, the salt that degrades everything, and the high traffic that the building gets, it's actually pretty decent. 20 years is pretty good.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised they lasted that long. They actually look like they're in pretty good shape, but the advantage of going to different material too is they don't get that ugly yellow. They'd be a silver for a lot longer. But yeah, I'm actually impressed those things are still in the shape they are. It doesn't look like there's any corrosion on them, but I don't know the material of them.
Joe, can you talk about the budget impact? So where's this money coming from?
Andy, because of the COVID impact, a lot of what we had anticipated within Andy's budget, we've been able to absorb and then do a lot of things internally. And so as a result of that, we would reallocate dollars within Andy's budget to cover the costs for this.
Any other discussion? Hearing none. Diana, can you call the roll?
Sure. Let's see here. Mr. Kurth,
Yes.
Mr. Helmer,
Yes.
Ms. Crosby,
Yes.
Ms. Manley,
Yes.
Ms. Schultz,
Yes.
Ms. Unger,
Yes.
Ms. Wondercheck.
Yes.
Motion passes. That moves us to item C, which is to discuss approve the preliminary budget.
So at the last meeting, Patrick presented the initial preliminary budget draft. We were able to answer questions at the meeting. We did get some follow-up questions related to, for example, what is or is not included in the budget. For example, one item that is not included in the budget are any COVID-19 impact dollars. We are still in process of trying to confirm our the expenses that we didn't see, but then also account for the expenses that we had to increase as a result of this whole thing. So we are managing that and trying to get through that, but we probably won't have that for at least another couple months. The other item that was asked was whether we had allocated any dollars for the long-range facilities plan in that budget. We did not, but based off of conversations with the facilities committee, we are going to allocate $250,000 just in the preliminary budget as a placeholder so that the board can continue discussions around that as it relates to the, through the process. We'll provide more detail of where those dollars will be spent at the budget hearing and annual meeting. And then obviously the board can continue to have conversations all the way through until the original budget is approved in October. The other item that was asked after the meeting was whether or not we had factored in the proposed transportation savings, should the board choose to move in that direction. None of those dollars are factored in at this time. We would, though, depending on where the board goes with that, we would include that again as the board makes that determination. We also did get a question that I do want to clarify from the last meeting. We have allocated approximately 2.5% it's about 2.5% for wages and benefits. I'm sorry, just for wages for next year. At this time, we have included those increases, and it actually ends up being about a 1.66% increase for staff on average. That equated to about $1,000 increase for our certified staff, of which that was included in their contracts. We, at this point, are holding off on providing increases to administration and support staff just because of the uncertainty of where things are with COVID-19 and future revenue for next school year and years beyond. I believe that's a total of about $150,000 roughly, that will be included in the budget, but again, we would not spend or allocate until we felt comfortable where the numbers were coming in from the state regarding our future revenue for next year. So with that, those were the questions that we did get between the last meeting and tonight. And so with that, we would recommend approval of the preliminary budget as was presented at the last meeting and with the clarifications that we provided here tonight.
Do I have a motion to get started?
This is Jeffrey, I move to approve the preliminary budget as presented.
Mitch Helmer, second.
A motion by Mr. Kurth, a second by Mr. Helmer. Any discussion?
For not including this, but we also have set aside within Fund 80, so again, this does not impact the structural deficit, which was brought up at the last meeting, a $20,000 placeholder for the Education Foundation of New Berlin. That's only in there as a placeholder, and we've been directed to bring this back to the full board for the discussion, I believe either the next meeting in June or the second meeting in July. But there will be further discussion by the board on the foundation piece as well.
All right. Yeah, it sounded like Mitch had something to say.
Yeah, I got 3 questions on page 6. Or Joe, I guess. Overtime, it looks like we brought down like $300,000. But we're still spending $1 million on overtime. Do we have a bucket that goes to, or? And again, I appreciate the work on reducing that by about 30%. But is there a way that we can reduce that further, or what is the cause of that?
Let me have Patrick speak to that, as I think it may be more than just overtime. But Patrick, can you speak to that, please?
Okay. Yeah, it says extra too. I don't know what that means.
So, Mitch, I believe what you're looking at is it's extra/overtime. Actually, it's more additional pay or extra pay that we are putting in for example, extended contracts for special education or for curriculum work that's being done over the summer. Would be additional pay for work that professional staff is doing above their contract throughout the year. So it's not the overtime piece in there is just, that's the way the Department of Public Instruction classifies that expense. But in the school district of New Berlin, we have cut back on overtime pay considerably since last year. So that's where all of that savings is coming from. The extra pay is mainly just for additional duties outside of regular contract duties.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then 2 more quick questions on the page. Property service is down $400,000. Is that like maintenance in their facilities, or what is property services?
Yeah, property services is it would include some reductions in maintenance, but it would also include some reductions in, for example, we're reducing our costs for plowing snow because we're shifting more of those dollars into salaries and shifting more of those dollars out of property services. We're eliminating the outsourcing of some mowing because we could hire people for the same amount that we were paying to mow grass. And then we will have those people to work for the district through the entire school year, not just the couple of months where we have them mow grass. So it's not so much that we're eliminating the expenses, we're moving the expense from property services into salaries.
Okay, thank you. And then the last one is apparel on line 420. I was curious what that was.
So apparel would be, for example, we buy uniforms for the basketball team or the girls volleyball team or the football team. That's classified as apparel by the Department of Public Instruction. It's not like we're going out and buying everybody, new suits and fancy polos. Anytime we buy clothing.
Getting collected in the district office. I wasn't sure. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. Joe's not just going around throwing swag at everybody. This is actually whenever we buy clothing for like a sports team, or we buy or refresh robes for choirs, or that kind of stuff.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
I've got a question. I think that Patrick, you're probably going to be the one to answer this one as well. As far as I imagine that we had some increases in the cost for digital learning in the last school year, but I think that Joe alluded to the fact that we don't really know what those total costs are right now. So I guess my question is, where would that be reflected? Would that be in Fund 10 expenses, or where would that crop up when it's recorded?
Those are going to be recorded in Fund 10, and they're going to be recorded in either the IT expenses, or they're going to be recorded in teaching and learning expenses. But depending upon what it is we're purchasing, it's either going to be in item 360 tech software, or it's going to be in capital, either capital or non-capital expenses, most likely non-capital technology. That would be line 480. And that's where, so the expenses that we had this year is going to result in some changes in our budget, because we weren't planning on having some of those technology expenses, but because we didn't spend money on some things in the education budget, like, we didn't spend money on a social studies curriculum materials. So we were able to shift money into supporting the expansion of digital learning.
Crislin, to answer your question though, it is the approval from the board at the last meeting for the iPads for K-3 are not reflected in this preliminary budget, and it will be reflected as we move forward.
Okay, so Joe then, and Joe and Patrick, I guess, where would would the iPads then come in?
Are you talking about iPads for this, what we used this last, in the last couple of months, or what we're going to do for next year?
I'm talking about what we're going to do for next year, because I'm just looking at this preliminary budget, and as I understand it, so Joe, you're saying that because we did approve those new iPads for K-3, right? So, but those have to be added into this preliminary budget.
Well, let me clarify. The dollars are already allocated there, but it's a matter of, Patrick, so as we dig deeper into the budget at a more micro level, we will now allocate, now that we have board approval, we'll firmly allocate those dollars for iPads. So the dollars were already there. It was just a matter of what we were going to spend those dollars on. And now that we have approval from the board, we would include those iPads in the budget at a more granular level.
Okay, so it's already a baked-in cost, is what you're telling me.
Correct.
Okay, and then my other question is, Joe, you said earlier in your initial presentation on the budget tonight that while we had allocated $0 for long-range facilities, that after consultation with the facilities committee, you're going to add in $250,000 for that. Is that right?
For planning purposes, so maybe not so much for the preliminary budget, but as Patrick, we've been tasked to bring budget forecasts to the board. sometime in June, and we will do that at the next meeting. We needed to have a placeholder for that amount so that Patrick can prepare those projections.
Okay, and can you, and if that's going to be, and maybe I'm not understanding, I apologize, but if that's going to be added into the preliminary budget, where does that end up falling? Because that's not a Fund 10 expense, I don't think.
Yes, it actually is a Fund 10 expense.
Oh, it is, okay. So then it would just be like some kind of capital improvement or something?
Yes. When we add those dollars in, I'll work with Andy to determine if it's going to be a property service or if it's going to be like a contracted repair. Then it would fall under possibly under personal services. So it will get wherever Andy is going to budget that money is going to determine which object it goes into. It could be a capital improvement, in which case it would go under like a 520, a site component. Or if it's a smaller repair that's a non-capital, then it would fall underneath the either 440 non-capital equipment or 490 other non-capital items. So there are several different areas where the dollars will be allocated based on where Andy recommends we spend that money.
Okay, and then my last question about that allocation is, what does that do to the overall balance of the budget? Because if we're going to just add in $250,000 more in expenditures, does that disrupt our balance, or are we going to be able to absorb that somewhere?
Well, yeah, that's part of this ties in, with the next item for discussion for the board is, as of right now, in order to make that $250,000 work, we have to find it in the current budget. And, as many of you are aware, the last round of cuts or adjustments started to make an impact on things, in staffing and, potentially the classroom. And so we would need to make adjustments elsewhere. And that's where, whether it's transportation considerations or other cost-saving measures that we can bring to the board, those are types of ways that we're trying to avoid having to impact the current operation as we know it without causing major, causing more disruption within our current setup.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that, Joe. And then one last question, as far as in the Fund 10 allocations, that line item 820, special education transfer, what does that mean, Pat?
Pat, you're on mute if you heard the question.
There we go. Thanks, Amy. So a common misconception is that funding for special education services comes from the state and federal government. In all honesty, most of the funding for special education services, those are services above and beyond the general expenses for educating a student, come from a transfer from the general fund, Fund 10, to Fund 27, the special education fund. And so that line item 820 special education transfer is the general fund support for special education services provided for students with IEPs.
Okay, so and I actually just had this conversation with somebody else this week, because that is a common misconception that people think that federal dollars fund all of special education, which I am aware is not the case. But that's our closing the gap, is what you're saying. That's us closing the gap on what we don't receive in federal dollars that we have to take from local taxpayers in order to fund the special education needs of the kids in our district. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that's all I need to know on that. Thank you so much.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to address line 270, school activity income. Is that where the school fees fall into?
Let me get up to,
Under the general fund.
yeah, no, school activity income
Mhm.
would be rental of school facilities for other activities.
And what category does the school fees that are paid for athletics activities, just those basic school fees, where does that fall in?
That comes under line item 290, other local revenues.
Oh, okay. Are we maintaining the same school fee schedule for 2021 as it is as 2019-20 right now?
That is the recommendation. That's our plan. We made we made some significant adjustments last year.
Right.
And so there were no recommendations from any of the sites to increase funding or increase fees for this next year.
I certainly would not want to see fees increase. I was really hoping we could scale those back this year. But I'm just wondering also, how did the removal of the early bird discount go? Did we find it was harder to collect school fees this year? Did it take longer? Did that early bird discount, did that help in the past compared to what we experienced this past school year?
So here's what I can say is I did not hear from any of the school sites that they had a more difficult time collecting school fees. And typically if there were issues, I would hear about it from my bookkeepers. And so they really didn't indicate that there was a change in the collection of fees.
And then I noticed for unemployment compensation, there's quite a jump. Is that due to this year's experience with having to lay off employees?
Correct. Because of the situation with COVID-19, any employee who has worked for the school district over the past 5 quarters, even if they don't work for the school district currently, if they are unemployed and they are awarded unemployment benefits, the school district is responsible for a portion of their unemployment payment. And so because of the situation that we're in, we increased unemployment this year. Normally, we don't have a great deal of unemployment in the district.
Mm-hmm.
That brings me to a point that Krislin's been asking about previously, related to CARES Act dollars, and but it's actually part of the CARES Act dollars is actually called ESSER, ESSER, is part of the CARES Act, and these are the dollars that we're getting. They are part of the CARES Act, but they're not in addition to the CARES Act. So that's how I think, Krislin was asking it, and I think we were just kind of going back and forth, and I think now that we finally got this clarified, I think it's safe to assume it's only one allocation of dollars, not 2 different ones. And we did get confirmation that the estimated amount that we are to receive is about $92,000. But because we do title work with our elementary schools, we are actually going to net $77,000. In our initial projections, we had mentioned anywhere between $60,000 and $75,000, and we landed with $77,000. Patrick, again, I don't believe that has been determined in this preliminary budget. Can you confirm that? And then secondly, can you also clarify when we expect to get those dollars?
Yes, those dollars are not included in the revenue source for the preliminary budget. We do not expect to see any of those dollars. At the earliest would be in the spring or summer of 2021.
Thank you. I have one more quick question. Page 16 for Community Service Fund. Bullet 2 says the change in wages and benefits reflects the board approval increase in compensation as well as expected additional staffing costs for the growth of early learning program. The wages seem flat, but I don't see the other local revenue is where I would assume the revenue would come from the early learning program. I don't see an uptick in any of the revenue pieces. Can you walk me through that quick?
Yeah, there you go.
Yep. No, I actually was just getting to that, to the correct page.
Yeah, so page 16, and then it sounds like we're spending more money, but it doesn't look like we're spending more money because the wages are flat.
Right. And I believe essentially what I believe I just misstated that the decrease in compensation were changes in expected staffing and the early and what's going on in the early learning program. We're anticipating
the early learning program decreasing or increasing?
Nope. The early learning program is staying steady. It's the some changes in the staffing of the activities in Fund 80 or in the Community Service Fund. So we're anticipating that we're going to see some reductions in what we are spending in staff wages and benefits. Actually, we're not.
Okay, so those wages will be dropping then for next year. So the typo that I assume.
Right.
Okay.
So we'll just get that cleaned up.
Okay. Thanks. I think, Amy, we probably have to put with approving this with correction to Community Service Fund for that.
Do you want, Mr. Kurth, do you want to amend your motion?
What am I amending it to?
There's a correction in the
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
a correction in the Community Service Fund.
Sure. I move to approve the preliminary budget, allowing for the correction of
Community
fund.
Fund.
There.
Yep. And Mr. Helmer, do you second that?
Of course, I second that.
Okay. All right. Are we ready to vote, or is there any further discussion?
And just to clarify, what I would be doing with the Community Service Fund is actually just eliminating bullet points 2 and 3.
And reducing the wages, the expense piece, right?
Actually, the wages don't go down. It's just a change in the revenue.
Oh, okay.
Could we just reiterate why we vote on a preliminary budget, knowing that this will change by the time we actually pass the original budget in October?
I would love to answer that question.
Thank you.
Because our fiscal year begins on the 1st of July, and we don't actually statutorily have an original budget until the end of October. And we don't actually start to really collect any revenues to speak of until the middle of January. But in order for us to conduct business legally, we have to have a preliminary budget approved prior to the beginning of the new fiscal year. So essentially what this is the purpose of the preliminary budget is to show the board that the administration has put together preliminary budget revenue and expenditure estimates to the extent that they can at this point in time, allowing us to conduct business, essentially pay our bills and pay our payroll starting on the 1st of July. We know that there are going to be at least 2 more budgets presented, one in the annual meeting and one for the original budget. But the problem is those come after the beginning of the fiscal year, and we still need to conduct business.
I have a question for you, Pat. I just looking at my notes from last meeting when this was originally presented, and I had a note that we were talking about doing a new Fund 41 allocation to put aside dollars for capital projects. My question is I know that when I asked you earlier, where is that $250,000 for long-range facilities going to go? And you had indicated that it would go in Fund 10. But didn't we have a discussion about possibly creating a Fund 41 for some of these things?
The key word used there is possibly.
Okay. So I guess that's something that you have to kind of guide us through as the board to try to determine if that's in our best interest as a district, I guess.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would actually like to task the facility committee to look into that and bring their recommendation to the board so we can have a full discussion on that for future budgets as well. Any other discussion? Hearing none, can we call the roll, please?
Mr. Kurth?
Yes.
Mr. Helmer?
Yep.
Ms. Crosby?
Yes.
Ms. Manley?
Yes.
Ms. Schultz?
Yes.
Ms. Unger?
Yes.
Ms. Wondercheck?
Yes.
That brings us on to item D, discuss, approve, proposed 2020-2021 transportation considerations.
Yes, I'll wait for well, actually, it looks like the topic was on there, the YouTube channel. But as that presentation gets loaded, I did want to mention that the reason why we've brought said proposal to the school board and why we're doing it now is because it's a means to continue to balance the budget and manage structural deficits that we've been tasked by the board to do. I do want to clarify that, for example, based on the previous discussion, should we allocate, say $250,000 for capital improvement, which we haven't set aside dollars for, I think over the last couple, 3 years, we do need to take those dollars at this point from a different piece. And so, that's why, this is just one topic of others that we'll continue to bring to the board for their consideration as a means to, again, help balance budgets and manage our deficits. If we could go to the next slide, please. What the next slide will show is basically it talks about our current system. And essentially, we are considered a 2-tiered system. What that means is basically all of our schools run on 2 different tiers. We have secondary start and end times that are consistent, and we've got elementary start and end times that are consistent. So That is what our current system is. We are considering, if we can go to the next slide, please, we are considering going to a 3-tiered system, which would allow us to do a number of things, but mainly what a 3-tiered system is intended to do is to find, it's a way to find more efficiency, which will yield cost savings. And the next slide will talk about some preliminary things that I think are important to note as the board goes into their conversation with this proposal. And again, I do want to echo that we don't necessarily take whatever was mentioned by those that have shared either emails or those things that were provided via privilege of the floor. We do know that there are pros and cons to most any proposal, really, including this one. And so it's a matter of trying to weigh some of the pros and the cons, to kind of lead us to a determination. What I do want to clarify are a few things, though, and one of those things is that by going to a 3-tiered system, it doesn't change the number of buses taking students to and from our schools, and that will not change under any proposal. So like just because we have less buses altogether doesn't mean that we have routes that are now going to be double and tripled up. We're still going to have to run the routes that we run. And with that, as a result of that, our routes and our route lengths are expected to remain pretty much the same. Now we may have a one-off situation where we've got a kid that is at a far corner of the district that isn't currently like a student, and now we have to kind of go out that way. So there may be some impact, but in general, because we're still running the same amount of routes and runs, again, from any typical year where there's some minor increases, some minor decreases, the route and route lengths will remain the same. Our special education and early childhood routes will not be impacted as a result of less buses. And the inter-district shuttle runs that we have. So, for example, we have shuttles that run between Ike and West, so that our students can, take courses on either campus. We do have students that are transported for math support from the elementary to our secondary schools. All of those things will remain the same in the current proposal. If we could go to the next slide, please. I do know that there was a lot of controversy about the extending of the school day, and I apologize for that, as really it was that what I had put in the last meeting was really meant as a conversation starter. It wasn't meant as a this is what we should do. It was really meant to garner conversation from the board and allow us to get to the point where the board did, which is they provided the parameters of, should we continue to move this forward? If so, what parameters do we have? And, commentary was no later than 9 and no later than 4. And then there was a lot of pushback related to extending the school day. So all of those things were taken into consideration. Again, it was really only meant for a conversation as part of the conversation at the last meeting. So point being is that in the proposed 3-tiered system that we're presenting today, the length of the school day would remain the same for the elementary. As mentioned in the last meeting, we would reduce the secondary school day by anywhere between 10 and 15 minutes. And again, we'd like to seek direction from the board on that. Some of you had asked, well, where would that time come from? And we're looking at kind of spreading that out of 1 to 2 minutes less per instructional period and 3 to 4 minutes less for flex periods. Again, please note that to comparable districts, our school day is already longer than most everybody, at least I know for sure in the county and in southeast Wisconsin. So making these adjustments would still allow us for a longer school day and really just making some minor adjustments from the secondary school. Another piece that I want to mention, and I thought I clarified this at the last meeting, but Elmwood and Orchard Lane cannot move out of that middle tier to allow the buses enough time to start and execute the 3rd-tier routes. Most of that is because the geography over on the east side of town is much more dense, which makes things, makes it the opportunity for the buses to get back to that third tier much easier than it would if we had buses as far out as the west part of our school district. You know, I guess it'd be west, southwest, and northwest, which is, you know, very, which is not as integrated as or dense as the student density on the east side of town. So, for example, a board member asked, you know, could we alternate years and semesters? We could not do that and keep this three-tiered structure. Next slide, please. So what we are now bringing forth to the board are, you know, a couple different things, you know, that we presented at the last meeting, and that was the three-tiered system with the no changes to the current times. And then, again, as mentioned for presentation purposes, we were looking at, you know, possibly extending things, but, you know, there are some things now here in this case where we would look at, if we did go with a three-tiered system and stay within the parameters, this is one way that we could accomplish it, which is, again, the secondary day would be cut short by 15 minutes. We could get the Elmwood and Orchard Lane runs in the middle as that second tier, and as was asked by the board, stay with it, you know, no later than 9 and no later than 4. We were able to get that third tier to that 8:55 and 3:55 end time. Please note that in the middle of the day is when we would run the Star of Bethlehem and Holy Apostles routes, and we would make a change to have, I think it's roughly 12 to 15 students that currently take a bus for St. Mary's Elm Grove and do parent school contracts for them instead of running a bus for that. Next slide, please. If you look at this next slide, there are other things that the board could do to manipulate the end time even further. And again, while we don't necessarily recommend an earlier start time at the secondary, you know, I guess that's something for the board to consider is, you know, do you waive 5 minutes at the start of the day to allow for an even further reduction in the lateness of the last tier? Which would now, like if you, like for example, if you did move the secondary times from 7:25 to 2:40, you know, now you could get that third tier to an 8:50 p.m. start and a 3:50 p.m. end time. You know, again, not necessarily our recommendation, but that is something for the board to consider. Again, you could also, you know, ratchet back even further to 7:20 a.m. and now again that last tier could actually now be, you know, 8:45 and 3:45, deviating from our current schedule of only 10 minutes. But again, it's at the expense of starting the secondary schools 10 minutes earlier. The next couple slides, which I'm not going to get into too much detail on, and so if I could, whoever's scrolling through the slides, if you could just pop them up quickly as they come up, but it kind of just shows comparable middle and high school start times with other area school districts and that of our conference schools, kind of just showing where we are with things. And so we just want to make sure that you know, the board is aware of how we compare to where other districts are. One caveat that I do want to point out though is that some of our other comparables don't have two high schools or have a combined, you know, there is nobody else that has a combined middle and high school like we do. And so, you know, while I share with this you as comparables, they really aren't comparables because there's nobody else that has a 712 setup like we do, and then a separate K6 setup. So it does make us somewhat unique. And then also, I did want to just kind of point out as far as other comparable elementary end times, as of right now, you know, we currently, or we would be one of the later ones for sure, due to some of the other comparable districts. But again, if you ratchet back that secondary start time, it could get us to that 3:45 p.m. I do also want to clarify, and I apologize for the error here. It's actually St. Mary's in Hales Corners, not in Elm Grove. But moving on to the next slide, please, which we are already there. I see, as of right now, by moving to a 3-tiered system, we could essentially save approximately, given the remainder of what we have on the contract, about a total of $1.55 million over the course of the next 4 years. So, we're at about $320,000 for the first year, and this does not include the potential for the longer or the pickup spots, which I'll get to in a second. But these are not small numbers that we're talking about. We're talking about what could be a substantial impact. As mentioned before, in the next slide, it talks about the pros and cons. And again, you've heard of some of the pros and you've heard of some of the cons. And I guess again, as mentioned, we're not taking those lightly, but we certainly know that any change that we make could have an impact, and we know that it could have an impact on families, as has already been prepared for the board. And if we can go to the next slide. So why would we be proposing this now? Well, first of all, changes like this require time to plan and execute. And so by simply just, and I know that like per our contract with Durham, we don't have to have anything set. They don't need to provide us with the routes or anything like that until like 2 weeks before the start of the school year. But all of the planning starts now. And, for example, we would prefer to have more time to communicate any changes should the board choose to move in this direction to answer any questions to families and to help them prepare for next school year. It also allows us to talk to our staff about the start and end time changes sooner than later so they can be prepared as we start into next school year. Next slide, please. There are also just a few other considerations over the course of the next couple of slides that we want to provide. And with regard to COVID-19, there are still many unknowns regarding it, regardless of whether we have a 2 or a 3-tiered system. And so I think regardless, COVID-19 is going to have an impact either way, but it's just a matter of to what degree. And then so like one of the items that's been brought up and has been mentioned by some board members and also by members of the public and families, per guidance provided to Durham, disinfecting will only be done between the AM and the PM routes. And, while I know that may sound shocking to people, but actually at first I thought they would be disinfecting between every run, and that is not accurate. They initially had talked about doing something like that, but as they've worked with other bus companies, and they are a huge bus company themselves, there is no way that they can provide do the disinfecting and do it in a way that wouldn't be somehow detrimental to our students. So while we may be wiping things down, students may be inhaling the disinfectants because we wouldn't have enough time to be able to allow for the school buses to actually air out with some of the cleaning solutions that are being recommended to be used. So they were only planning, like many other transportation companies, of doing the disinfecting between the AM routes and the PM routes. Also, another piece that was brought up with concerns about staff collaboration and the impact that could have across the district, say at the elementary schools. Most of our district staff collaboration is actually done during our professional learning days when we do not have students in our buildings. Although we have added some additional time where we would just need to make some minor adjustments in order to make that happen. For example, this whole COVID-19 thing has certainly disrupted how we provide staff collaboration, and we're doing a lot more virtually and online, as well as asynchronous timing so that it's not done in a synchronous way. But our staff are allowed to collaborate, using their Google resources and collaborate that way. And it may not always be in real time, but again, we've learned to adapt. And again, I think we can adapt to those minor adjustments moving forward. Next slide, please. The next item, is it was brought up that there was a, at the, end of school day at Reagan can somewhat be chaotic and so on. And I had Brady, meet with, so he's the current principal at Reagan and will be the elementary director of teaching and learning. I had him meet with the bus company and also with Matt Stepneski, the principal over at Poplar Creek, to talk to the bus company about what we could do in order to make the end of day more efficient. And we have found solutions to be able to load all the buses at once at Reagan. As of our current system, they were only loading 5 buses at a time, which caused more room for that delay. But by allowing to load all the buses at once, there would be no disruption to the loading and unloading for students with disabilities or the special education buses there at Reagan. But it would allow us to load all of our buses, and we have a solution for that. At Poplar Creek, we don't have the luxury of the asphalt footprint that we do at Reagan, and also the proximity to Cleveland Avenue provides some limitations, but we did find a way to be able to load more buses at once at Poplar Creek. We also did want to clarify that there will be about a $10,000 additional cost for special education for beginning and end day needs, just because of the time that it takes to load and unload and provide that extra care for our students that utilize those services. We wanted to make sure that they weren't somehow negatively impacted as a result of this change. So one thing that I do want to provide is you would be looking at about a $40,000 reduction in the previous amount that mentioned for these additional costs. You want to clarify that the early childhood buses, again, would not be affected, and the interdistrict shuttles would remain consistent. So that is the piece with regards to the third tier and what it could look like should the board want to go in that direction. If we go to the next slide, I want to talk again about neighborhood stops. Essentially, creating neighborhood stops versus the current practice of stopping at the nearest corner would yield savings as well. We would continue kindergarten door stops as well. We could, at this point, eliminate approximately 1 to 2 buses, and again, we won't know until we actually run the routing software with, depending on what the board wants to do. But again, we could garner another $40,000 to $8,000 in savings, and again, it would be more than that after you factor in the interest or the percentage increases by year. So you're looking at what could be upwards of, another, $250,000, $300,000 added to the total savings, depending on how many buses we could eliminate. Again, on the conservative approach, it would be about $160,000 all the way up to $320,000. And again, we would just go with $120,000 at this time over the course of 4 years, with an annual savings of about $40,000. If you go to the next slide, again, we mentioned that, again, by making this type of change, it could, there are positives, but then there's also the cons that go with that. And that is, that they could increase the distance for kids to walk to from pickup and drop-off points. And, for example, I have a corner lot. So like my wife, when the kids were younger, was able to keep an eye on the kids, and because we were the nearest corner. But now, as a result of this, that could change for people in my circumstance that are able to actually kind of keep a visual on their kids. So again, there's always the other side to what could happen. So that's the presentation. And again, we would like direction from the board as soon as possible for all the reasons that I mentioned. If the board is not going to make a decision tonight and has additional questions that they would like us to answer, fair enough. But that is why we scheduled a special board meeting for this Thursday. If the board wasn't comfortable moving forward with this issue tonight. But again, time certainly is of the essence for all the reasons that we mentioned. And we're open to your comments and your questions at this time.
So before we begin discussion, I'd like to have a motion before we start. So do I have a motion?
Hold on, I got it. I want to move to approve the proposed 2020-2021 transportation considerations.
Mitchell.
All right, so I have a motion by Mr. Kurth, a second by Mr. Halmer. We can now start discussion.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you can go ahead.
I was just trying to clarify what the motion is, because there are several options in this presentation. So I don't know what's being proposed.
Well, we can do,
Discussion, and then I think
yeah, to
we can
begin
pick which
discussion.
one, and then figure it out.
But I thought we had to have a viable motion to debate under Robert's rules. And I don't know what the motion is.
Okay, I'll re-amend. Hold on. I move to approve the proposed 2020 to 2021 transportation considerations. Option, the 3-tiered system with changes to current times for present purposes only. Secondary start time 7:30 to end 2:45. Elmwood, Orchard Lane, 8:20 to 6:20 end, or 3:20 end time. Poplar Creek, Ronald Reagan, 8:55 start time, 3:55 end time, as presented.
Mitch Halmer.
All right, so we can begin discussion. And Susan, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in. So I support this opportunity for cost savings. I know it can cause challenges, and certainly for awareness. We've had this in our district in the past, and my kids were part of that as well. So I know that you have to adjust schedules. But given the fact that we have to bus every student in our district with the lack of sidewalks, and it's a costly expense, and we're trying to avoid impacting classroom reduction, which could be inevitable if we can't find these type of savings, I definitely support we move forward as presented.
I think it's a really great idea, and I appreciate the.
Well, can everyone go? There's a lot of people.
Yeah, everybody mute if you're speaking.
I appreciate the the analysis and the proposal. My concern is more of a not now issue. I think just with everything unknown for the fall as is, working on communicating to parents potential changes to start times and having people try and, flex their schedules this summer to make that happen when we're not even really sure what is going to happen in the fall, does not really seem like the best idea. I feel like we should take the next year to continue reviewing, and there are a lot of other unanswered questions that were proposed by members of the community, mostly parents. Perhaps do some surveying of families and staff to get their input, finish the bus software implementation and kind of see how things go with the routes. Maybe we do make some neighborhood stop adjustments whenever buses start running again, and then look at this as something for the following, the 2021-22, is that the next school year? So I feel like it is a good idea. I just think given the uncertainty of the fall semester, now does not really seem like a good time to make this type of a change.
I would agree with what Kate has mentioned as far as the timing of this. I think that I feel like it's really important to survey our parents and our staff before we make these wholesale changes to their schedules. I think that I can get on board with some changes in trying to create a 3-tier system, even though I think that we still haven't really discussed trying to, I feel like what we're trying to do here is try to fit a round peg in a square hole. We are a district that does not lend itself to a 3-tier system because we don't have separate buildings for elementary, middle, and high school. All of these other districts that you're comparing us to who have 3-tier systems have that configuration, which then changes the configuration for staff collaboration and all kinds of other things. So I think that we're a little bit comparing apples to oranges. I'm not saying that I think we can't necessarily get there at some point, but I do think it's important not to impose our will on all of the families in this district and all of the staff without first going to them and asking them how they feel about it, because it does change their lives, and that's important. And I think that as a district, we should try our best, as best we can, to ensure that everybody feels like their voices are heard and that what they think matters. Because, for example, if we are going to alienate our teachers and other staff by imposing these things upon them, they will not like that, and they will probably at some point leave. And that's not good for us either, because it's expensive to replace new employees, and it's also bad for our kids and for their continuity of learning. So I did send a number of questions to Joe, and Joe, you did answer some of those questions, so thank you for that. I appreciate that. I guess some of the questions that I still have are, have you done any formal surveying of staff or of families about any of this? I haven't seen any of that come through. And is there a reason why you wouldn't want to do that?
We have not done that. And, if the board would prefer that we survey staff and families, we'd be happy to do so.
I appreciate your willingness to do that, Joe. I really do. I think that the other question that I had when I was considering these proposals is, I really think that as a board, we need to start undertaking a more formal ROI process on when we make any kind of major changes like these, because I think we have to figure out if they really and truly will garner the kinds of savings that we are projecting that they will, because those savings will come at a cost, whatever the changes. And I think that it's incumbent upon us to ensure that we're not making these changes because we think they'll garner some benefits, and then it turns out that the benefits are not as we had imagined them to be. So I think we need to do a little bit of a better job in a formal process in that regard.
Crystal, I have a question for you. What type of cost do you think would be involved with going to this type of a 3-tiered system? Are you talking about costs that families would be paying, or are you talking about costs to the school district? Is it just opportunity costs, and are we talking money? What is it you're referring to?
Janet, I think I heard most of your question, but there's a lot of feedback at the beginning. So if I don't answer it, correct me, okay? So I think what you asked me was what kind of costs I was talking about as far as the costs are that I mentioned to making these wholesale changes. Is that right?
Yeah, correct. I was like, is it, who are you thinking are going to be paying this cost? Is this actually going to be cost to the district? Are you talking about cost to families? Are you talking about opportunity costs? Or are you referring to actual monetary costs?
I'm referring to all of them, and I'll explain to you what I mean by that. So if we are going to implement a system where we have our kids at Poplar Creek and Ronald Reagan and staff not released until almost 4 o'clock, then there's going to be lost opportunity costs for families who need to get their kids home from school, who need to have those kids do their homework, who need to have those kids do extracurricular activities. And that's all going to be compressed because we've taken away some of their time at the end of the day. So that's an opportunity cost. It's also a financial cost potentially to the district, because People don't like that. Teachers don't like getting out of school later than what they anticipated they were going to have to be because they've built their lives around a certain schedule, and the schedule is the schedule we have now. So those teachers, some of them will say, you know what, I don't want to stay in this district if that's the time I have to work. I'll find something elsewhere. And you know, from working in HR, when you lose people, you lose employees, it costs money to get new ones, right? So that will cost us money too. That will be bad for us. It'll also be bad for continuity within our district because every time we have turnover with a new employee, we lose some of the benefit of having an employee return, right? Because they don't know our systems. We have to teach them. We have to break them in. We have to make sure that they understand the way that we want to do things in this district. That takes time and it takes resources. So that's also bad for us. So I am worried about the attrition if we kind of change, out from under people with changing what the start and end time is. I do think it's a real wholesale change for these people. So I think it's all of the kinds of costs that you're talking about in my mind, Janet. Does that help?
Yeah, no, I just want to know where you're coming from. Now, it's really going to be the Poplar Creek and the Ronald Reagan that's going to get hit the hardest with this because the other start and end times are not a huge off from what they are currently. Do you really think that over $1 million savings, at least, we know for sure to the school district based on the current contract, is worth passing up because we have 2 schools that are going to be affected?
By like 15 minutes? 15 minutes. There's a mild adjustment.
That's what I'm thinking. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a 15-minute adjustment. It's not like the world's going to end. Nobody's switching from all of a sudden we're starting at 10 and teachers are going to have to work till 6 to 8 p.m. It's not that. It's a 15-minute adjustment. That happens everywhere in every corporation and every society in the world where we have to be fluid. We have to change. Joe keeps bringing opportunities for us to be able to save money. We're talking about stealing money from one place to put it in another just to be able to have a little bit of money in facilities. This would be the 4th time that he's brought something to us. This one probably one of the most significant to be able to help close this budget and to give us a little bit of money to our costs. We don't have any money in the district. And I can't believe that an adjustment of a few minutes of time, it's not like we're extending the day another hour. We're adjusting it by a few minutes. It's not like what we're doing is going to be this colossal change. The world isn't going to end for 10 or 15 minutes. It's not even an hour. It's not even a half an hour.
I know there was concerns from the letters and emails that parents have been sending about after-school extracurriculars. Would the extracurriculars time be adjusted to allow so that there is a little more time between the end of the school day and when extracurriculars start? Is that possible?
Well, I think that's assuming that the extracurriculars are New Berlin School District activities, which they are not necessarily. We have people doing all kinds of things elsewhere, in this area that are not happening within New Berlin. And I think, Jeff, to your point, we're not saying no. I think Kristlyn and I are just saying we should take a little bit more time to review and really think this through, answer more questions, make sure that we have teacher buy-in, we have family buy-in. Not that we're not going to do it ever. It's just, this seems very quick to do before next school year, especially given all of the uncertainty right now for families, especially, as well as the teachers.
I don't see how the uncertainty for this next fall is really affecting decisions regarding the bus, actually. I don't think that's going to affect it that much.
I think to add to that, we had a suggestion of alternating years and semesters. Talk about upsetting this. We would go back and forth. It doesn't sound like change is really the concern. If someone suggests alternating back and forth between every year, every semester, I think that's really disruptive to all the school schedules. I think with this, we have a consistent school schedule and everyone understands what it is. I reached out to a lot of community members and a lot of people have reached out to me on this. And I got a wide variety of feedback and most of it was very positive. A lot of these community members, sorry?
I was just going to say, are these community members with kids at Reagan and Poplar Creek? Because I feel like that, of course, if you're just looking at the money side of it, it's fantastic. Of course it is. I don't think we're disputing that it's fantastic. It's just a little bit more time to consider the impact to those families and give people time to prepare versus the current 3 months before school is going to start, maybe.
You really need a whole year to get it adjusted. I think
I
that's
don't think
really
you adjust, but there's a lot of questions we have not addressed and are going to be addressed in the next 3 months. If we don't take a little bit more time, has anyone talked to the YMCA about whether or not they would be able to handle 3 times as many kids in before school care at Reagan or Poplar Creek? I mean, there's a lot of things that have not even been discussed.
And I think that's the reason. I think that's the reason why a decision needs to be made soon, so that we can get the YMCA and any of those other after-school programs that are associated with the school district. So we'd all figure that out. And going back to the issue of extracurricular activities through other organizations not attached to the school, I totally understand that. I have kids that are in other stuff not involved with the school. Those schedules change year to year as well. And they don't care about what our school is doing. We still have to adjust our schedules for whatever those third-party extracurriculars are doing. I think it's just a fact of life that families we all have to deal with these types of things. And I think, again, going back to the amount of money that we could possibly save, is it really going to be passing up just because, I mean, we're never going to satisfy everybody. There's always going to be somebody affected. And I know that. I feel for that. I understand that. But at the same time, do we want to consolidate schools? People don't want to consolidate schools. They don't want referendum. We have a big chunk of savings here that probably has the least amount of impact. And it definitely wouldn't impact so much what's going on in the actual classroom. We're not going to have to cut back on curriculum or anything like that.
So Jan, I like to second that. And most of the feedback I got was very positive. Community members were ecstatic that they're getting new asphalt for their kids to play on safely at Orchard Lane. I mean, that was a big thing that we did this year. And those families understand that those things are able to happen because of projects like this. We have a balanced budget right now, but that's without addressing all of our facility needs. We have other schools that have the need for new playgrounds, new parking lots, and new roofs. As a board member, I just feel like this is very important for us to prioritize all of these needs for all of our schools. We have to continue to find savings projects like this and shift money into more impactful budget items, such as teachers, safety, academics. Right now, we're arguing to send 8 more buses circling around the city of New Berlin and waste $350,000 on it. It doesn't. I mean, we can talk about this until we get an absolute finalized, perfect plan and have everyone's buy-in. But I think we're going to be doing that for 4 years. I don't think anyone's ever going to agree that this is the exact 5-minute window our school should start and our school should end. And for everyone that says Elmwood and Orchard Lane don't have an impact, they do. There's a 15-minute impact to all the schools. Our kids go to school for 7 hours. I don't know about anyone on the board, but I don't work for 7 hours. Not one school time we have is conducive to our family schedule. There's no possible schedule we can have at a 7-hour school day that works for us. We have to be flexible. I mean, that's just what it comes down to.
I agree with Janet and Mitch on all those points. It's absolutely fantastic. It is an adjustment. Life is about change. We all have to make change. Everybody that I spoke to were willing to make the adjustment to be able to save $300,000 a year. It's an incredible amount of money, especially when we're constantly trying to figure out how to fund something. We haven't come up with a single idea up to this point that's going to garnish us any money. We have in 2 years, we have balanced budgets. After that, we're in the hole for another few million. If we don't make these changes now and we wait another year, that's another $350,000 to $400,000 that we don't save. We're just throwing $500,000 out the window because we don't want to adjust by a few minutes. It just makes sense to do this.
I have to go back to the fact that we have not talked to our staff. We have not formally engaged our families, and this is a major change for them. And I can absolutely.
It's not major.
Can I finish? I can see my way through to voting for something that changes the timing of our school day, but it is not appropriate to do it without getting any kind of input from anybody else that's so directly involved. And I will say this. I posted the slide that was proposed at the last school board meeting on my Facebook page. It reached 6,000 people. 90% of those who commented were opposed. So I think that we need to start talking to people and actually actually sort of working in a more cooperative way rather than trying to govern by fiat. People don't like that.
But if you're only asking people with students, you have to look at the whole taxpayers. Sorry, you have to look at the whole taxpayers. We represent the entire taxpayers of New Berlin. It isn't two schools, and certainly that plays into it, but we have to look at the bigger picture as well. And so I think the compromise that came back with the timing, and as Jeff shared, you know, while it's different, it isn't as significant as what it could have been. And given the savings, looking at the entire community, I don't know how we can't move forward.
And I think we have been listening to feedback, and that's why we've had these adjusted times now that to look at. We went from, you know, something very different to something more adjusted that possibly could fit in better. So, I mean, we are taking into consideration what we're hearing.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the feedback I heard was school shouldn't start after 9 and it should end before 4. And I mean, that's the feedback, Crystal, and that you and you and Kate both gave, and that's the feedback
That is actually, Mitch, that is not the feedback that I gave.
Yeah, it was Amy and I.
I'm sorry. I thought everyone kind of spoke a time. I thought we all did.
No, that was not me.
I had agreed with that.
Is there any consideration by the board to look at the second proposal on that page where we would adjust secondary time by 5 minutes to get out Poplar Creek and Ronald Reagan by 3:50? Or is that a no-go by the board?
I think the two options are something, both of them to look at, and what we're going to vote. We're set to vote on this on the 11th.
We could vote on it today, or we can move it to the 11th to vote. But we haven't had any discussion on the secondary.
I'd rather vote on it today. I think we should just figure this out.
So I don't think the 5 minutes. Because I didn't know if we wanted to give it a few days to hear back from more people to see which one would be better.
I mean, I think if everyone's on board with it, I don't know that the 5 minutes is a big deal, and I'm okay with whatever everyone supports. I don't have a strong opinion.
Is our motion right now?
Motion is for the 7:30 start time secondary. With
8:20, 8:55.
Yes.
How are people feeling about the 7:25? Is that a better option?
The only reason I would say it would be, I mean, of course, it's going to impact the secondary schooling, but it does get Poplar Creek and Ronald Reagan out. I'm just thinking if an activity does start 4:30-ish, you know, there's a little bit more time in there, 5 more minutes, but to give a little bit more time at the end of the day to get to those activities.
All right, I'll chime in because I argued about this point last week. The thing is, there's 46,742 million different, articles that have been written about secondary start times being so early. It all has to do with teenagers and their sleep cycles, what they're going through physically, chemically, everything else. So starting at 7:30 is really kind of a rough thing for any one of those because teenagers aren't meant to, get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. But the thing is if the contention is literally 5 minutes, I'd be willing to move to the 7:25 time, the 8:15 and the 8:50 start time because it pushes it back 5 minutes all the way around. So we're still in the same time slot. We're really close to everything we were before. And I'd be willing to do the 7:25 start time. It's 5 minutes.
I agree. South Moraine, they all start at 7:20. Muskego's at 7:25. I mean, and those are all high-performing schools themselves. I'm not thinking that that's affecting their performance. So going 7:25 shouldn't be an issue.
And I can amend my approval or my
I want to see if Mitch or Susan have any comments on an earlier secondary time.
I think whatever works for the board. I'm agreeable to support whatever everyone is a majority of. I'm not going to fight either one of them.
Yeah,
we're talking 5 minutes. I mean, I just don't think this. So I'll give my vote to whoever wants it.
Did I move to approve my original motion?
Second. Oh, the other thing we have to also talk about on here is the neighborhood stops.
Can we
We
do
can
that
do
as
that
a separate one? Yeah.
Excuse me. May I ask, Jeffrey, you're keeping with your original motion, the 7:30, 8:20, and 8:55?
Correct.
Sorry, 7:20. Okay, all right.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, the
7:30.
original. Yeah, the 7:30. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I thought that
Mm-hmm.
I thought Jeff said that 7:25 was okay with him.
I did, but nobody gave me other feedback. They said they were fine for the way it was, so I left the motion as it stood.
Yeah, and I didn't include Kate and Chris, and I apologize. Do you have feedback on that one? On the 7:25?
Yeah, I guess I would be more inclined to vote for that because it gets Poplar Creek and Ronald Reagan out sooner. I mean, I'd frankly like to see, if you look at all those end times for elementary, I mean, nobody's out later than 3:45. Why can't, we could also shorten the elementary day, couldn't we, to be out at 3:45? Is that possible?
I think the problem is the timing between the buses. So you need a certain amount of time between them. So we would have to end secondary at 2:35 to get that result.
So could we do that?
Both elementary blocks at the same time.
Okay, I'm going to chime in real quick, and what I'll do is I'll just make the amendment real quick. So my motion will be to approve the proposed 2020-2021 transportation considerations for the secondary 7:24 start time, Elmwood Orchard Lane 8:15 start time, Poplar Creek Ronald Reagan 8:50 start time.
I really think that we still need to get community input and we haven't done that. And that's really troubling to me.
Second.
I agree, but it sounds like we're overruled, so I'd rather vote tonight than vote on Thursday because it's not like we're going to get community input before Thursday.
And my biggest concern is I just don't think we're going to find another $350,000 project in a week either to replace.
I really want us to engage in a meaningful ROI on this after we do it, if this is the will of the board, of the majority of the board. Because I think that we need to evaluate what this change, if it's made, in fact does for our bottom line and to our retention.
And I agree with that, Crystal. And I think that, we mentioned that with open enrollment, we mentioned that with LED lighting, that when we make these decisions, we do need to reevaluate because we need that closed loop feedback of, was that a decision? Did that provide us the impact we were looking for? So I do agree that there needs to be some feedback after the fact that we look into that.
Should we call the roll?
Yeah, if there's no more discussion, let's call the roll. And we're doing the 7:25 one. I'm just clarifying, right?
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Kurth,
Yes.
Mr. Helmer,
Yes.
Ms. Crosby,
Yes.
Ms. Manley,
Yes.
Ms. Schulz,
Yes.
Ms. Unger,
No.
Ms. Wondercheck.
No.
Motion passes 5-2. That brings us to our next item, which is future meeting and dates.
Oh,
The
there was
board
something
meeting.
from closed session.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to move to approve the employment services report as presented.
Second.
So I have a motion by Ms. Manley, a second by Mr. Kurth for the employment services report. Can you please call the roll?
Ms. Manley,
Yes.
Mr. Kurth,
Yes.
Ms. Crosby,
Yes.
Mr. Helmer.
Yeah.
Ms. Schulz,
Yes.
Ms. Unger,
Yes.
Ms. Wondercheck?
Yes.
The motion passes. Is there anything else I forgot?
Were we going to talk about?
Just a point of clarification. So the board wants to separate out the three-tiered start motion with that of the neighborhood stops. Again, our recommendation would be to move forward with all of the change at once to minimize the amount of disruption. But we would appreciate some sort of direction on that because that will play a major part in our routing as well.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I move to approve the proposed 2020-2021 transportation considerations for the, where is it? What's the best way to say it? Hold on. The neighborhood stops.
Second, Janet.
Motion by Mr. Kurth, a second by Ms. Schulz. Any discussion?
I see no reason to do it. I mean, it looks like you're gonna. Well, because there's only 1 to 2 buses, you're saying that you'd be eliminated. I'm guessing that for the most part, a lot of these buses already are sort of neighborhood buses.
Yeah, so a few years back, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, the board made the change of doing from going from doorstep to doorstep to the current practice of nearest corner. And so we already garnered those savings as a result of that. And so really this would just be the last little piece of that that would allow us to, save these next possible 1 to 2 buses.
So Joe, I'm in support of this. The only caveat I have is I'd like to make sure that we try not to squeeze Elmwood and Orchard Lane on the early side and having kids walk really far, as well as Poplar Creek and Reagan on going home, just because those are going to be the closer times to darkness while they're walking. We can take that into consideration and try not to.
Most certainly. Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with that. My concern is that when we are sending kids home at 3:50, that there's going to, and these are our youngest kids, we want to make sure that that they're not having to walk too far.
Yeah, I'd rather get the 350,000 from the other project and only get 40 or so out of this without trying to have a big impact on the little kids.
I think you could probably do some reduction though on the secondary school and provide neighborhood stops for those children.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that.
Any other discussion? A motion by Mr. Kurth, a second by Ms. Schulz. Please call the roll.
Mr. Kurth?
Yes.
Ms. Schulz?
Yes.
Ms. Crosby?
Yes.
Mr. Helmer?
Yes.
Ms. Manley?
Yes.
Ms. Unger?
Yes.
Ms. Wondercheck?
Yes.
Motion passes. Now we're moving on to future meetings and dates, right? Anything else I missed? Okay, board meetings are held generally the second and fourth Monday beginning at 7 p.m. Usually we like to meet at New Berlin West, but however, during our current school shutdown, we are meeting virtually, and all meetings are viewable on the district's YouTube channel. We will not have a board meeting on June 11th, so our next meeting is the Personnel Committee on June 15th at 4 p.m. We will have a board meeting on June 22nd at 7 p.m. with a Finance Committee meeting preceding at 5:30. Another board meeting on July 27th at 7 p.m. with a Finance Committee meeting preceding at 5:30 as well. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Yeah, second.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Schulz, a second by Ms. Manley to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, all opposed? Motion passes. This meeting is adjourned.
Okay, so there's gonna be an adjustment, 5 minutes for her.
Oh, no. 5 minutes for